The shovels bite frozen earth. No one speaks. The ground gives a sound like bone. Steam rises from the men's mouths, quick and shallow, as if each breath risks being stolen. The moon is gone, hidden behind a quilt of cloud, and the black line of forest presses close on three sides. Snow dusts their shoulders, settling in beards, catching in the deep furrows of brows. Somewhere out there, past the crooked birches, an owl calls once. Then nothing. They dig where the elders told them to dig, though none will say why. The soil here is wrong. Even in winter, the frost should have locked it tight, but their shovels slide through as if the earth remembers warmth. Every so often, one glances toward the tree line. The trunks stand still, but the shadows between them seem to lean forward, listening. An older man, wrapped in a patchwork coat, wipes his brow and mutters a prayer too low for the others to hear. His hands, calloused from decades of labor, tremble when the spade's edge rings against something hollow. The sound travels into the dark like a summons. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, tell me where you are and what time it is, so we can see this story's listeners scattered across the world. The youngest of the diggers crouches down, brushing snow away with bare fingers despite the cold. Beneath, the curve of wood appears. Not a coffin exactly, but some kind of container, bound with rusted iron straps. One strap has snapped, as though from within. A whisper moves through the group. Not words, but something like the sound of branches rubbing in a high wind. They stand motionless, listening. In the stories, this is the moment when you stop, when you fill the earth back in and walk away without looking over your shoulder. But the stories also say that if you've already disturbed it, it will follow. The old man gestures sharply, and two others wedge their shovels beneath the wood. The box shifts, groaning against the frost. It smells faintly of wet moss and something older. A damp, bitter scent, like roots pulled from deep under a river bank. One man spits into the snow for luck. Another traces a quick sign across his chest, though his eyes flick toward the forest as he does it, as if asking permission from something not found in church. A crow calls overhead, sharp, abrupt, and all five of them flinch. The box comes free with a shudder. Snow slides off its lid, revealing carvings so worn they look like nothing more than cracks, until the youngest leans in and sees the shape of a crooked-legged hut, smoke curling from its roof. A hut on chicken's legs. No one says her name yet, but it is there, heavy in their throats, the name their grandparents would only speak indoors, with the shutters barred. Baba Yaga. They do not open the box tonight. They drag it to the edge of the village and set it beside the frozen stream, covering it with canvas weighted by stones. The elders will decide at first light. For now, each man takes his separate way home, leaving no prints for more than a few steps before the wind smooths them away. The snow keeps falling. The forest keeps listening. And somewhere, far beyond the trees, something old shifts in its sleep. Wind scours the village lanes until they shine like pewter. It prowls around door frames, fingers the shutters, tests the gaps where light leaks from the seams. Inside the biggest izba, the log house with smoke-dark rafters and benches built into the walls, the elders gather. They sit hunched over a clay lamp that smokes and sputters as if it too is short of breath. The box waits outside beneath canvas and stone, not 5 strides from the frozen stream, but all talk circles it without naming it. The way people edge a thin patch of ice with their eyes, while their feet pretend to be brave. The youngest digger stands by the door, as if he is both inside and out. He keeps a hand on the latch. His knuckles are rubbed raw where the wind bit him at the stream. On the bench near the stove, a woman tends a pan where iron nails glow red and then dim in ash. A folk precaution, the elders call it. Metal heated and cooled near the hearth to confuse anything that would cross the threshold. She works without being asked. The heat throws a weak light over her cheekbones and the deep seam beside her mouth, carved there by winters and worry. No one speaks the name. The wind speaks it first. It claws at the chimney cap, makes a voice of the flue. The lamp gutter flickers, and the youngest looks up sharply. He hears it the way a child hears scolding before the word forms. A shape the mind knows, arriving on breath and gust. A name whipped by wind. An old man with white in his beard clears his throat. He is known for telling truth even when it brings quarrels, so the room listens with a braced silence. "My mother," he says, "used to say the forest has a midwife." He taps the tabletop once, twice, as if knocking on a door only memory opens. She brings things into the world that no priest keeps records of, a snort from the corner. The deacon of the chapel folds his arms and tries to make his small shoulders broader. "Midwife," he says softly, not yet quarreling, tasting the word. "Or butcher, depends on what's being born," the old man answers, and a few mouths tug at grim smiles that are not humor. Outside, the bell on the chapel porch gives a tiny shiver. No one rang it. The sound is the barest thread of metal, carried thin through the snow like a warning remembered after the danger passes. The deacon stiffens, halfway to standing, then sits again and rubs his palms down his sleeves as if smoothing a bristled thought. A girl slips in with the wind and squeezes beside the stove. She should be home, but no one sends her away. She pulls from her mitten a hard crust, then hesitates and does not eat. The woman by the hearth reaches across, breaks the bread, and sets half on the stove brick. "For what wanders?" she says, matter of fact, the way one says, "for the cat." Unfinished bread, some grandmothers teach, feeds whoever has no mouth and still comes to the table. The boy at the door finally turns fully inside. "The carving," he says, voice scraping. "On the lid." He doesn't need to finish. The old man with the white beard nods once. He saw it too. The hut on crooked legs, smoke curling as if its chimney exhales even beneath snow. The deacon crosses himself. "Stories," he says. "Children's tales with teeth put in them by winter hunger. Stories keep us from worse hungers." The hearthwoman answers, and nudges the iron with a stick so that it sinks deeper into ash and hisses like a snake that remembers it had fire once. The room smells of hot metal and the faint sting of singed nettle. Someone has tossed dried stalks into the stove mouth, a cleansing habit older than the wooden chapel. No one asks why the earth at the stream was soft in the dead of frost. They all thought it. None wants to hear his own fear repeated in the common air. Instead, the oldest of them, a man who survived the bad season of 1523 when cattle coughed themselves to bones, begins to speak in the drifting cadence of a long, cold land. He tells of a time when the birch trees were younger and men were not. He says there were spirits who lived at the hinge points, thresholds, crossroads, river fords, the line where plow turns back, Things that are not one thing or another, he says, require guardians. The forest had such a guardian, old as the moss under snow. Sometimes she helped, sometimes she harmed, like a river that frees a raft and drowns a man. People learned to bring her bread and salt. People learned to tie red thread around birch twigs and plant them above doors so that her eye would pass by, bored. People learned not to whistle at night, not to count the hens aloud after dark, not to leave needles stuck upright in cloth where they glint like tiny spears. The deacon looks ready to interrupt. He swallows it. He knows what winter does to a village when rules are broken and blame has to go somewhere. He knows that the chronicler in the district town writes what fits the magistrate's mind, not what fits the crook of a woman's wrist when she draws a circle of salt on the sill and prays to anything listening. Records say, he manages carefully, that in the year 1505 a case was brought in Novgorod against a woman accused of crossing as a crow. Witnesses spoke of a voice from behind a birch. He pauses, aware that once he offers an official note, he lends weight to the very thing he wants to thin. The court dismissed it, said drink and grief made visions. He lifts his chin. And maybe that was mercy, or fear, the old man says. Fear of writing down the wrong name. The wind claws again at the roof. Somewhere close, a single crow gives one hard syllable and is gone. The girl by the stove flinches and then smiles at her flinch, embarrassed. The woman tending iron speaks without looking up. She likes roads that were not there yesterday. Her hands are methodical, the way the hands of someone are when the heart refuses to be. And she listens at chimneys. She? You mean? The deacon stops himself from finishing. Even he feels the name lumber toward him like a thing with a heavy coat and a scent of leaf rot. The boy at the door lifts the latch and cracks the wood. The wind takes the crack and widens it to a knife blade. Snow scuffs in. The boy looks toward the stream and the shape made there by canvas and stone. He thinks of the carving gouged by a knife that knew the curve of a leg joint and the sag of a roof. He thinks of the way the shovel struck wood and sent the sound traveling like a message the trees had been waiting for. Say it, the old man tells the wind, as if scolding a child hiding under a bench. We are not children. Then he glances at the girl and amends with a twist of mouth that is almost apology. Not all of us. The name arrives anyway, without help. It slides around the stove and across the lamp-smoked beam and under the bench where a dog lifts its head and does not growl. Baba Yaga. Grandmother Yaga to some. To others, no grandmother at all. Only the forest in a woman's shape. Hunger with elbows and a mortar to ride. The deacon bows his head. Many people still think that she is only a fable told to make children sleep, or mind the stove, or marry who they are told. So what do you think? The question hangs like breath in cold air, visible and quickly gone. No one answers. The girl reaches for the spare bread and stops herself again, a half motion that reads as prayer. By habit more than faith, the room begins to discuss what work must be done. They decide to keep the box covered until dawn. They decide that no animal is to be loosed before sunrise. The last time a cow wandered at night, it came back with its eyes milk-clouded and would not step across the threshold, as if the door were a river. They decide that seeds should be counted and sealed, that needles be laid flat and threaded, that the oven peel be turned blade side inward. Each rule is small enough to feel like control. Each is old enough to feel like borrowed wisdom. Someone mentions the year 1514. when a merchant from Pskov swore he saw a woman riding a mortar over the river at midnight, pushing herself along with a pestle, her hair like a hayrick on fire, and the smoke going against the wind. The magistrate fined him for blasphemous talk. The merchant paid and then swore more carefully, in whispers. Stories survive fines better than men do. The youngest speaks, and his voice steadies as he uses the words the elders made for him. The straps were iron, he says, but one was snapped clean, as if a hand had broken bread, or as if iron cooled wrong, the hearth woman says, not to soothe him, but because she respects materials and how they behave. She lifts a nail with tongs, watches it darken in ash, lays it on a flat stone, and taps it with the stick. A dull note. Iron is good if you keep it honest. Let it lie too long. It forgets who it was. Like men, the old one says. And this time the grim smiles break into those quick, gratefully human coughs of laughter that pass for jokes in a hard year. Someone brings out birch switches. The woman ties red thread around each bundle and passes them along. For lintels, she says, for the stalls. The deacon takes his and does not argue. Birch binds and cleans, older women say, and if the chapel has a saint's day for sweeping away harm, then birch is that day-made branch. The boy closes the door and slides the latch home. He keeps his palm there. It warms under the wood as if the threshold itself were alive. He imagines footprints in the snow that begin and then end in pure white, as if someone took to air. He imagines the bell sounding once more with no hand on the rope, and this time no one pretending not to hear. He imagines the hut. Always, it is the hut that comes first, not the woman, not her teeth that in some tales are iron, not her skull lanterns or her fence of bones. The house on legs that lifts to avoid the rules of place. The house that can turn its door away so that you never arrive, or toward you so that you arrive too quickly. In some villages, children are dared to draw it with coal and spit. In others, the very riddle about it is considered a small protection, as if speaking in puzzles folds the world into safer shapes. The elders talk on. They compare remembered cases the way men compare plowshares at thaw, each certain his tool bit deeper. They recall a woman in 1509 who claimed a whisper from behind the birch, told her where her lost boy slept, and they found him exactly there, curled like a seed beneath the mill porch and breathing slow. They recall a hunter who tied crow feathers in his rafters to keep luck close and woke to a room full of black wings, drifting as quiet as dust motes in sun. He left that day for the next province and never wrote back. Slowly, the blue of late afternoon thickens toward a violet that snow drinks without reflecting. Shadows lengthen in to touch the hearth. The lamp gives up and dies, and the woman pinches the wick and nods in approval, as if extinguishing light were a little victory. Outside, the wind falters. In its place arrives a different quiet. Not peace, exactly, but the held breath of a listener, deciding whether to step closer. The deacon stands, collects his birch bundle, sets his hat. At first light, he says, "I will read a prayer." He looks at the old man, at the woman, at the boy. "And we will see what the elders decide about the box." "What would you have done?" the old man asks him. "If you had found it alone?" The deacon thinks, and does not pretend he would be braver than he is. "Left it," he says. "Then dreamt of it every night until I went to fetch it anyway." The old man grunts something that might be respect. He tucks his own birch switch under his belt like a sword any man may wield. The girl gathers the spare bread and wraps it in cloth, leaving a few crumbs on the stove brick on purpose. Crumbs are enough for some hungry things, old people say. Others you only delay. They file out into a sky that has thinned to glass. A lone lantern moves along the path, its circle of light wobbling over drifted boot prints. The lantern looks like a star fallen to the wrong altitude. It belongs to the widow who lives nearest the stream. She does not lift it high. She screens it with her palm so that its glow does not run ahead of her like a tongue bragging. They stop when they see her heading toward the canvas and stone. The old man calls once. She starts, then lifts the lantern a finger's breadth more so they can know her. "I made a promise," she says. "When the first thaw comes and the river sings under ice, I bring lamp fire to the stream bank so it will remember the way home." Her voice is not mystical. It is the tone of someone reciting the recipe that keeps a loaf from falling. "It isn't thaw," the deacon says. "It will be," she answers. "Sooner if we help it." They stand in the breath that follows that simple courage. The lantern paints all their faces with a warmth that lies to the fingers. The wind tries to say the name again and fails. The girl watches the widow move past them toward the canvas shape. The lantern's circle licks the edge of the covering, and the canvas does not move. The stone keeps its dumb vow. "Tomorrow," the old man says, but he says it as if tomorrow must be earned. They disperse. The widow makes her small fire offering and turns back, her lantern now softer, as if it has done some work and wants to rest. The boy lingers by the threshold long enough to look once more toward the stream. He hears, or thinks he hears, a single wooden creak. Not a box, not a house, not quite a tree, but something that knows all three intimately and borrows their tongues in turn. He closes the door. The latch falls. Inside, the room holds the heat as if heat were hope cupped in two hands. The iron and ash cools to its honest color. Somewhere far off, a wolf crosses clean snow and leaves a record that runs straight until it stops, tracks ending in blankness as if the next step took air. The bell does not ring again. The village waits in the kind of silence that edits itself into memory, trimming away the things nobody can explain. Night thickens until it feels stitched. Under the stitches, something turns, considering. The hut perhaps tests a knee, or the wind perhaps practices how to carry a name without wearing it out. The boy listens until the hearth's hum lulls him to that slim ledge between waking and sleep, where stories are the only authorities that matter. When he finally lies down, the last thing he sees is the red thread knot on the birch switch above the door, a small, stubborn planet holding its orbit. Outside, on the stream bank, the canvas breathes in the tiniest way, a shift that might be the night settling, or might be the kind of movement a box makes when what it held finds a different address. The snow hushes even that. The lantern down the lane gutters and lives, as if arguing with darkness. In the pause between those two states, a listener, if one were bold enough to stand there, might think he hears a footstep that isn't a footstep at all, but the delicate, precise press of a bird's leg, testing whether frozen ground remembers how to bear weight. The sun rises without ceremony, a flat brass coin behind a veil of cloud. No pink, no gold, only a slow brightening that pulls the frost's teeth from the roofs. The stream bank holds its breath. The canvas lies where it was, stones crouched like patient animals around it. Men come first, boots crunching on the crust of snow, then women with baskets slung over arms. Even the children have been told to come. Sometimes a thing is safer when the whole village sees it in daylight, as if witnesses dilute its strength. Crows follow at a distance, their shadows gliding over the snow, each bird holding a position like sentries in a formation. The deacon stands near the water, birch switch in hand, eyes narrowed against the glare. Beside him, the old man with the white beard plants his boots solid in the drift, weight forward, ready. The hearth woman, sleeves rolled past her elbows, carries a small pot of glowing embers cupped in both hands. The smell of charred nettles leaks from it in steady sighs. One of the younger men kneels, fingers brushing snow from the nearest stone. His breath makes clouds that curl and vanish. He lifts the first weight away. No one else moves. Another stone goes, and the wind slides in to taste what they are uncovering. The canvas is stiff with frost, its folds frozen into ridges. They peel it back like skin from a fruit, slow so it does not tear. The box waits beneath, dark wood veined with lines of ice, the iron bands a dull gray. The snapped band hangs loose like a broken rib. The carving is clearer now. In daylight, the hut's legs are jointed like a bird's, knees backward, claws pressed into the line of ground, as if about to lift. Its roof is thatched, its door a dark oval that could be shadow or mouth. Smoke curls above it, carved in spirals that end abruptly where the knife ran out of patience. Around the hut are marks that might be trees, might be ribs, might be both. No one touches the lid. The deacon murmurs a prayer, words falling in a rhythm meant for funerals, though no one here believes this is a grave. The old man bends closer, tracing the carving with a finger that stops just short of contact. "This is not church work," he says. "This is older." The hearth woman sets her pot of embers down on the snow. Steam rises where heat meets cold. She sprinkles a pinch of salt into the fire. The crows call sharply. 1, 2, 3, then fall silent, their heads all turning toward the tree line at the same time. A sound comes from the forest, not the usual groan of winter trees. This is lighter, sharper, like something tapping the hollow of a drum. Once, twice, and then pausing. The young man holding the corner of the canvas glances at the others. "Woodpecker?" he offers, though he knows the season is wrong. The old man shakes his head. She knocks when she means to be invited. The deacon straightens, forcing his voice into steadiness. "This is a relic of wickedness," he declares. "It should be burned." A ripple of murmurs moves through the crowd. Burn it, yes, but when and where? Some remember stories in which burning only sends the thing back to its source, free and angry. Others recall that fire, if done without the right rites, calls what it should banish. The hearth woman looks unimpressed. "If you burn it wrong," she says, "you feed her." One of the children edges forward, eyes wide. She is the same girl who sat by the stove last night. Her hand hovers over the box as if drawn by its cold. The hearth woman reaches out and catches her wrist. "No," she says simply. The girl nods, eyes still fixed on the carving. A thin crack pops through the ice on the stream. The sound is small, but it pulls every gaze toward the water. The surface holds, but the noise carries the feel of something testing limits. The deacon clears his throat. "We will take it to the chapel," he says. "No," the old man counters immediately. "Not where the dead are prayed for. She will listen." A younger voice from the back, one of the woodcutters, suggests the old lime kiln at the far edge of the clearing. Heat enough to melt the bands, he says. Ash enough to bury what's left. The hearth woman shakes her head again. And if the ash drifts? If the wind takes it? She looks to the birch switches some of them carry. First, we bind it, with what it knows. From her basket, she draws a bundle of birch twigs bound with red thread. She tucks one beneath each of the iron bands, pushing it deep so that the twigs lie snug between metal and wood. The smell of the birch rises faint, resinous. Now, she says, if she moves, the birch will tell us. A murmur of agreement moves through the older villagers. Birch is boundary. Birch is witness. Birch remembers. The deacon presses his lips into a thin line, but does not object. He lifts his birch switch and rests it on the box lid. If you open, he says to it, you will open into light that does not welcome you. The forest stirs. Snow falls from a branch with no wind to shake it. They decide to carry the box to the kiln. The youngest men take the corners, boots sliding on the crusted snow. The hearth woman walks ahead with her pot of embers. The deacon follows behind, muttering under his breath. Though whether it is prayer or warning, no one can tell. The crows follow, always 3 at a time, never more, never fewer. By the time they reach the kiln, the frost has begun to soften. Breath hangs heavy in the damp air. They set the box down on the rim of the pit, the old stones black with past fires. The snapped iron band dangles into the dark. The hearth woman tips her embers into the pit. Smoke rises, thick and slow, curling back toward her face before the draft takes it. She does not flinch. Now, she says. The deacon steps forward, holding a torch lit from the embers. He hesitates. What if? He begins. The old man cuts him off. If you doubt, it will know. The torch drops into the kiln. Flame catches on the dry straw they have packed inside. The smoke swells. The iron begins to groan as the heat finds it. Somewhere behind them, a bell rings. One clear note. No one has touched the chapel rope. They turn toward the sound, but the forest stands motionless. Only the crows move, lifting as one into the air, their wings beating a slow, deliberate rhythm. The box creaks. The birch twigs beneath the bands shiver. The red thread tightens as if pulled from inside. The hearth woman leans close enough to feel the heat. If she means to leave, she says, we will know before she steps. The wind rises, carrying a faint scent. Not of smoke, but of damp earth and something sharp, like nettles crushed underfoot. The old man watches the birch thread, eyes narrowed. It's listening, he says softly, and in that moment, it feels to every soul present as though the forest has tilted its head to hear them better. They carry the box only so far as the kiln's rim and stop, not opening yet, as if the lid itself were a threshold that would open both ways if given the chance. The smoke builds in the pit, warm breath rising from an old mouth. The birch twigs beneath the iron bands hold fast, red thread bright as a drop of rowan berry caught in snow. The deacon watches the twine like he watches a thin place in ice. The hearth woman keeps her hands near the kiln stones, palms out, testing heat as if adjusting an oven for bread. The old man fixes his gaze on the carved hut and says nothing for a long time, letting the crowd's murmurs ebb until only the stream's slow creak answers. He clears his throat. A house that walks, he says, almost conversational. A house that turns its back until asked properly. He lets the words sit among them, then adds, who first said that the legs were a bird's? No one claims to know. The children look at the carving and then at the snow, as if expecting Prince to appear, three-toed and delicate, stepping out from under the canvas and away into the trees. An older woman speaks from the edge of the circle, voice thin but certain. My grandmother said huts in the marshlands stood on wooden piles, tall so floodwater could pass. In some places, they put the dead in little houses up on posts. They called them safe from wolves and from us. She counts on her fingers and blinks against the smoke. Posts look like legs. To a child, like a bird's, the deacon nods. Even he can live with that kind of explanation. Mortuary houses, he says, giving the church word. Charnel huts where bones rest before the ground takes them. He glances at the carving again, and does not say that in some saints' lives written by traveling monks, pagan graves are described as huts. He knows how quickly a written line can turn a neighbor into an accusation. He keeps his voice neutral. Records differ. The old man spreads his hands as if weighing snow. Maybe. He tilts his chin toward the forest. But what do you do with a house that answers when asked? What do you do with a house that refuses you until you speak its mannered phrase? He waits, and a few faces brighten with recognition. They have heard a riddle in soot-dark kitchens and on summer porches when dusk makes everyone softer. The phrase comes the way remembered things do. One voice ahead of the others, then a ripple of mouths silently shaping it. Turn your back to the forest, your front to me. The hearth woman almost smiles. Good manners, she says, even for wood. The old man points to the carving's roof, etched with short diagonal cuts that suggest straw. A roof that sheds more than rain, he says. In some tales, her fence is bones. In others, skulls hold lanterns. He rubs the beam of his nose with a knuckle, weary of images that make children tremble and men eager to judge. But it is always the house that comes first, the moving border. She is not just a person. She is a place. The deacon exhales. Borders are for magistrates, he says, but the sentence hangs hollow. Even he knows that this land has more than one kind of line. The woodcutter who suggested the kiln scratches frost from his mustache and studies the hut gouged into the lid. Place that refuses to stay put, he says. Like the river when it eats a bank. Like a rumor. Like hunger, says the hearth woman, practical as ever. It goes where it is fed. A crow drops to the rim of the kiln, black eye bright in smoke. It hops sideways, tests a scorched stone with the tip of its beak, and lifts away at once, dissatisfied with heat. It can neither swallow nor steal. 3 beats of wing carry it to a birch branch, where it becomes a bulb of night and daylight. It tilts its head and watches, as if counting. The old man tells them something he learned from a trader who once shared his bench and his winter fat. In the northern forests, 2 weeks' walk from Novgorod, there are stories of small shrines to spirits that keep the deep. Those shrines stand on posts to keep them safe from flood and snowmelt, set at the edges where people pass from village track into wilder paths. Some say travelers used to circle them, to announce themselves to whatever lived beyond, to be known and spared. Some say the posts had claw-like feet carved at their ends to please whoever might watch. A thing on legs is a thing that can choose to be seen, the old man says, summarizing a lifetime into a sentence. The deacon bristles, then deliberately relaxes his jaw. And some say, he counters, not unkind, that in 1542, a chronicler in Scoff complained that peasants left meat at forest markers in hard years and called it caution, not worship. He looks at the children. The record is a man's fear written down, Hard years make fear economical, the hearth woman says, and the line wins a few snorts of dry laughter. She leans to the kiln, places a length of iron on the rim to warm, and lifts it away when it blushes. Iron cooling in ash hisses inside the pit, the old charm working in the background like a stitch tightening a seam. The boy who found the carving first walks a slow circle around the box. He keeps his hands behind his back the way a child does when he knows touching is forbidden, but irresistible. He pictures a house with knees. He pictures the way geese step across a beaver pond, deliberate, elegant, absurd. A house like that can choose its company. A house like that can flee. He thinks of men who can do neither. What would you have done? He wonders, not aloud this time. If you met it in the trees and needed the door to turn. The question passes through him like light through ice. He thinks of the phrase they all mouthed. He imagines saying it wrong, and the hut keeping its back to him until wolves arrive, or until the forest grows bored with his stubbornness and forgets he is owed an exit. The door turns, the old man says, as if answering the boy's private thought. Because doors are the only thing in this world that must choose twice, what they keep out and what they let in. He gestures toward the church, then the kiln. Tell me a better mystery than that. The wind lifts and shifts, and from the chapel there comes the faintest chime of metal. Not a full ring, not even a proper note, just a ghostly brush like a finger running past the bell's lip. No one moved toward the rope. A few heads pivot anyway, repeating yesterday's reflex, and then slowly turn back to the box. The bell that no one rang now feels less like an omen and more like a participant, shy and insistent. The hearthwoman begins to speak of ways people keep moving houses from becoming their enemies. She mentions sweeping widdershins, counterclockwise, around a new threshold on the night you first sleep there, so that anything curious finds itself confused and late. She mentions planting a hazel switch beside the back step and tying a red thread around it, because red, in old minds, is the color that bargaining cannot cross. She mentions dropping a single seed of rye at each corner and counting in a mutter, then intentionally miscounting by one so that the house's hunger, if it has one, wastes itself trying to correct you. She delivers these practices efficiently, their why traveling behind them like a second shadow. The house is a person. The person is a boundary. The boundary must be courted, tricked, and thanked. A younger woman asks a practical question. If she is a place, why are there stories where travelers find kindness within her door? Why does the moving border shelter the lost? Because borders are tests, the old man says, and tests have rules. He glances at the children again. In several tales, she feeds the hero and gives a riddle or a task. Only those who mind their manners, only those who bring work or truth, live. The rude get bones. He shrugs. Hospitality is older than law. The deacon chooses his ground carefully. Or those tales teach obedience with a mask made of bark and fear, he says. A way to keep daughters home after dusk and sons from stealing the neighbor's hens. He is not jeering. He has seen too many winters to waste breath on scorn. Many people still think that everything with teeth in a story is a demon's shadow. So what do you think? No one answers quickly. The boy imagines the hut turning. He hears, without truly hearing, the widow's lantern hiss earlier when she shaded it with her hand, as if light itself is a thing that can be taught manners. The crow atop the birch drops a feather. It spirals down and lands on the kiln's warmed stones, sticks there a moment, as if pinned by a thought, and then lifts again when a thin draft rises. A history-minded man, the one who keeps a box of old letters under his bed in case the district clerk ever comes to value memory, clears his throat. "Birch bark letters," he says. "You know the ones found in Novgorod when men dig new cellars, scraped messages, love notes, lists of debt." He rubs his hands, embarrassed at his own bookishness. Some of them are from the 1400s, some earlier, some later. One shows a little sketch of a crooked house beside a tree, maybe a child's hand. Doesn't prove anything. But it comforts me to think even then people laughed at the idea of huts that sulk and turn away. The hearth woman grunts approval at the laugh part. She has little patience for grand theories, but endless patience for the inside jokes a people keep for centuries. Houses sulk, she agrees. Ask anyone whose bread refuses to rise after an argument. The deacon, who minds dough on Sundays after services, does not argue. He tucks his birch switch under his arm and studies the carving's door. It is not square. It is an oval, a mouth. He wonders if the man who drew it once saw snow drifted into an arch and thought, "There is a door waiting for a house." He wonders if the curl of smoke above it is a knife slip or a testimony that in any season, even deep winter, some places simmer with more than fire. They decide they will not burn the box today. The kiln can wait. Winter teaches patience by rationing fuel, even for spite. The hearth woman insists they walk the box once around the kiln clockwise and once counterclockwise, an old habit of confusing listeners who might be leaning too near. The old man agrees. The deacon does not object. He has learned when to leave a village's choreography intact. They lift and walk, and the snow under their boots squeaks in high, dry complaint that everyone in this latitude recognizes as a temperature you do not argue with. When they set the box down again, the birch twigs tucked under the bands are slightly frayed, little hairs of fiber standing up like bristles on a frightened animal. The red thread looks tighter, not because anyone pulled it, but because things drawn close to danger always seem cinched. The boy touches one knot with the edge of a fingernail. The knot holds. He feels relief, far larger than the test deserves. The old man begins, without preface, to enumerate hut behaviors as precisely as if he were teaching the care of an oven, the way it turns its back in the presence of the rude, the way it sometimes answers those who address it as if it were a person of high rank, the way it settles its legs before lowering the door like a knee. He recounts a story from 1511. He swears the date, though he argues the place, of a hunter who circled 3 times and bowed and said the phrase, and the hut sighed and faced him and offered him warmth and a riddle about the names of winds. The hunter failed the riddle and woke at dawn in the snow with his beard stuck to a birch trunk by his own breath ice. Alive, the old man stresses, but ashamed. There are opposite stories too. The deacon gives one with a grim acceptance he cannot hide. A girl who jeered at the phrase, who kicked a birch post with her boot heel and found the path behind her repeating itself so perfectly she believed she had turned and had not. Her footprints doubled and trebled, a geometry of foolishness. They found her at last asleep against a stump, head full of twigs, as if a bird had tried to nest there. She married a sensible man and never mocked a door again. So say the letters from a parish near Vyazma, he adds, dry as birch bark. The hearth woman glances toward the forest and inhales the cold like strength. Place is a person, she repeats, satisfied to have arrived at the only sentence that makes sense in a year like this. Person has rules. We have to decide if we are guests or thieves. What would you have done? The old man throws gently to the ring of listeners. If the door turned for you and the fire inside was good. A few shrug, a few smile, one or two look briefly aching, as if rest is a gift they have forgotten how to hold. The widow who brought her lantern last night lifts it now, though it is day, and lets a fingerspan of light fall across the carving. The flame is a pale, nervous thing in noon's wash, but the circle it makes is a promise fulfilled. A lone lantern in snow announcing itself to whatever watches that people know how to guide their own small brightness without arrogance. Guest, she says simply. Always a guest first. The door decides the rest. Across the stream, the trees shift their weight the way standing men do when a speech grows long. The kiln breathes an old, even breath. The bell is polite enough not to speak again. The red thread holds. They agree at last. They will not open the box until three signs meet. A night without wind, a dawn with hoarfrost on the south-facing fences, and the caw of a single crow at the hour when cattle usually low. All at once, the hearthwoman says, not one without the others. If you rush a right, you call its childish brother. No one wants that. They carry the box back to the stream bank and lay the canvas over it again, stone weights set like coarse writing across the top. The boy lingers after the others drift away. He whispers the phrase at the canvas, not to tempt, only to taste the shape of the words in his own mouth. The door, if there is a door, does not turn. On the walk home, the old man falls in step with the deacon. Snow squeaks under their boots, the sound neat and rhythmic like a scribe's careful hand. You said 1542, the old man says lightly, as if discussing eels in a market. Another record mentions 1538, a winter of famine near Staraya Russa, when people stamped their breath to keep it from wandering, as if warmth had a mind. A woman there was accused of drawing paths away from home so travelers would not return. The clerk recorded it as witchery of roads. I like the phrase. He grins briefly, teeth like old ivory. Roads can be bewitched, or men lose their bearings, the deacon says, but he says it kindly. Either way, I'll file it. They part at the chapel gate. The deacon pauses a moment under the bell, looking up. He almost lifts the rope to silence what has already silenced itself. He drops his hand and goes inside to warm the room where prayers are kept from freezing into rules. That evening, the village behaves like a place that has remembered, just in time, that houses are persons. Women sweep in tidy circles from hearth to lintel. Men turn the oven peels blade in. Someone lays an unbroken egg on a windowsill. The shell catches a stain of late light and looks like it might contain a second, smaller sunrise. A few families burn dried nettles to lift the winter's breath from the corners. The smell prickles throats but calms the space. Iron cools in ash again by habit. Honest work for honest metal. The boy's mother makes him tie a red thread around the bedpost. He rolls his eyes and ties too. He does not confess that he dreams, for a shiver's instant, of a door turning for him and a riddle he would know, finally, how to answer. Night comes without fuss. Snow sifts down as if the sky is considering a letter and changing it one grain at a time. The stream creaks. The birches stand with their white bands showing like the wrists of men dressed in black who forgot to pull their sleeves down. The kiln cools by degrees the way an argument does when no one is listening. In the hour before dawn, The widow wakes with a feeling that is not a feeling, so much as a sort of gravity, a pull toward looking. She pushes back her curtain. Frost has crawled onto the south-facing fence like a thief who fell asleep in the middle of the job, caught sparkling and incriminated by moonlessness. She listens. The wind is absent, respectfully so, as if giving room to something scheduled. Then, faint, precise. A crow speaks once from exactly where the stream's bend hides the canvas from most windows. The widow sets her lantern. She does not lift it yet. She breathes once slowly, as if steadying a cup filled to the lip. The signs have met. She pulls on her boots. Across the village, the same knowledge gathers in the chests of those old enough to trust it. Doors open with high, tender squeals. Latches fall back. Coats are shrugged on. The boy is already standing when his mother reaches his pallet. She tries to scold him into a scarf and fails, and succeeds all in one movement, her hands making the blessing of practicality on his collarbones. The deacon steps out beneath the bell and does not look up. The old man arrives last, as if letting the signs be alone together for a dignified moment. They go to the stream bank. The lantern's circle is a modest sun on snow. Breath makes a fog they walk inside of. No one speaks. The girl who sat by the stove stands at the back beside the hearth woman. Both of them straight-backed and unafraid of what morning wants. The stones come away, as if they have been waiting to be relieved of duty. The canvas lifts with a stiff sound like paper taken from a cold shelf. The box lies there, patient. The birch twigs are rougher now, their red threads dark with a faint film of soot. The wind must have loaned them even in stillness. The carving is the same. What is not the same is the corner nearest the stream, where the snow meets wood. There, fine and crisp, are 3 prints. Not hands, not claws. Little 3-toed marks pressed lightly, as if a careful weight tested the world and chose not to commit to it yet. They point not away, but toward the box. The boy is the first to see them. He does not point. He inhales so softly that only the widow with the lantern hears it and knows. "Guests first," the widow whispers. Not warning, not welcome. Only the reminder a door gives a person when both are ready to learn the other's rules. The 3-toed prints linger in the snow like a question no one volunteers to answer. They are too neat for a fox, too small for a crane, too far from the stream for any waterfowl. They sit there, impossibly crisp, as if pressed only moments ago, though no breath of wind disturbs the drift and no sound of wing marks the air. The boy takes a step nearer, crouches low. He traces the outline of one with his gaze alone, careful not to break the surface. The claws are sharp but shallow, like a creature more accustomed to gripping wood than snow. They point directly toward the corner of the box, toward the hut carved into the lid. The old man breaks the stillness with a low hum, a note that could be agreement or worry. "I have seen marks like that," he says, eyes never leaving the prints. Not on the ground, in the dust on a shutter. When a house had moved, the deacon's jaw tightens. He gestures toward the lid with his birch switch, as though distance can make the touch safer. "We burn it now," he says flatly. The hearth woman shakes her head. "Not yet. She's come to the door. We don't slam it in her face without knowing why she knocked." The widow with the lantern lowers its glow over the prints, the light pooling in the grooves. The snow crystals glitter faintly, each one catching fire in miniature before winking out again. "Maybe it isn't a knock," she says. "Maybe it's a step she meant us to see." From the forest comes the faintest creak, like a joint settling, like wood shifting against wood. It could be a tree under its own weight. It could be the echo of something walking slowly between trunks. The crows do not call. They wheel above the far edge of the clearing in tight, soundless spirals. The old man crouches beside the boy, the two of them shoulder to shoulder. "See how they're pressed?" he murmurs. "Snow didn't collapse. That means lightweight, like a bird, or a house testing where it wants to stand." The boy swallows. "What would you have done?" he asks softly. "If you saw more than 3. "Counted," the old man answers without hesitation. "Then counted again, then not told anyone the number. Names aren't the only thing you can give away." The deacon moves to the box's side, ignoring the warning tone in the old man's voice. "This ends here," he says, bracing one gloved hand on the iron band. His palm rests against the cold metal for the span of a breath, and then he snatches it back with a hiss. "What?" the hearth woman asks. "It's warm," he says, flexing his fingers. "The iron is warm." The crowd stirs. Eyes flick to the pot of embers the hearth woman carries. She shakes her head before anyone can accuse. "I haven't been near it," she says. "And even if I had, the bands should be colder than the snow." The old man runs a hand down his beard, the motion slow and deliberate. "Iron should remember winter," he says. "Unless it's been handled." No one asks by whom. The widow steps forward, lantern swaying slightly, and rests it on the lid. The flame shivers once, and then burns straight, no draft to trouble it. "If she means to leave, she'll do it whether we burn this or bury it," she says. "But if she's listening, we might as well decide what to say." The deacon closes his eyes briefly, perhaps in prayer, perhaps to picture the alternatives. "Say nothing," he suggests. The hearth woman straightens. "Then she'll write her own answer." She glances toward the prince. "And we won't like her pen." A thin crack echoes from the stream, the sound of ice adjusting, shifting its hold on the bank. The boy thinks it sounds almost like laughter. The old man rises to his feet. "3 signs brought us here," he says. "We follow the rule we set. Open it." The crowd stills. The hearth woman moves first, drawing a small blade from her belt. She slips its point beneath the knot of red thread at one birch twig and slices cleanly. The thread springs back, curling on itself like a thing relieved of duty. She does the same at each band, letting the twigs fall into the snow. Their marks remain against the wood, pale stripes where the frost has been held off, as if the birch kept a small halo of warmth. The deacon grips the iron handles at either end. The old man mirrors him. On the count of 3, they lift. The lid rises a finger's breadth, then resists, as though caught on something from inside. The boy holds his breath. They lift again. Harder. The resistance breaks with a muffled snap, and the lid swings back on rusted hinges. Inside is not what anyone expected. No bones, no relics, no hoard of charms. Only a mass of feathers, black, glossy, layered deep. They glisten with a faint sheen of frost, as if each one has been placed carefully in the cold. Near the center, bound by a twist of nettle stalks, sits a single, unbroken egg. Its shell is the dull brown of river silt, unremarkable except for the way it seems to drink the light. The widow leans closer. "Crow," she says softly, "but too many for one bird." The hearth woman reaches in and touches a feather's edge. "Still soft," she murmurs. "Not old." The old man studies the egg without blinking. "A life that hasn't chosen yet," he says. The deacon looks ready to speak. then stops. He glances toward the forest. For a heartbeat, he swears he sees a pale oval between the trees, the shape of a door turned just enough to watch. A gust rises, cold and sharp, rattling the feathers in the box. The egg does not move. What do we do with it? The boy asks, and his voice is steady despite the frost gathering at his lashes. No one answers right away. The forest seems to lean in, waiting for their choice, and the bell from far off in the village gives a single deliberate ring. The bell's note slides through the cold, like a knife drawn slow. It is not loud, but it travels, curling into the hollow spaces between ribs, settling in the back of the throat. The boy feels it there, a coin of sound he can't swallow. No one moves at first. The egg sits in its bed of feathers, uncracked, unconcerned. The old man is the first to bend nearer, his breath drifting over the shell. Still warm, he says, and that is enough to pull the hearth woman forward. She presses 2 fingers lightly against it and nods. That's no winter warmth, she says. That's carried heat. The deacon tightens his jaw. Then someone's put it here for a reason. The widow, lantern cradled in both hands, tilts the flame until it washes over the feathers. The black gleam deepens, showing subtle bands of gray along the shafts, as though each came from a different wing. She traces the bundle of nettle stalks holding the egg in place. Old binding, she says, done to hold in what might fly too soon. The old man's eyes flick toward the forest. Or to keep it from hatching at all. The boy, still crouched beside the box, feels the urge to speak, though his tongue is heavy. What would you have done? He asks quietly. If it broke right now, the hearth woman meets his gaze without softening. Stepped back, she says, and watched the road behind me. From the kiln's direction comes a faint pop, like stone releasing a bubble of trapped frost. It could be nothing, but the crows lift from the far birch all at once, wheeling in a tight circle before settling again, as if resetting the page they write upon. The deacon pulls his cloak tighter. We burn it, he says again. Egg, feathers, all of it. Let the ash fall where it will. The old man's hand goes up, palm out. And if it's meant to open, fire will only feed it. He gestures to the nettle binding. That stalk will tell us how long it's been waiting. Count the knots, 1 for each season past. The hearth woman lifts the egg gently, cradling it in both palms. The feathers give way without resistance, as though they know her hands. She turns the bundle until the nettle twist is clear. There are 3 knots, each tightened to the point of biting into the stalk. 3 years, she says, kept from whatever it wants to be. The widow speaks without looking up. 3 years ago, the river flooded before the thaw, took half the barley. The old man nods slowly. And the year before that, wolves in the lambing pens. And the year before, fever in midsummer. He looks at the egg as though measuring the weight of misfortune in ounces. The deacon shakes his head sharply. Coincidence. Every village has its litany of sorrows. The hearth woman lowers the egg back into the feathers, careful to seat it in its hollow. Coincidence doesn't keep itself warm in a box under snow. A gust sweeps in from the trees, cold enough to sting eyes. It lifts a single feather from the box and carries it toward the stream. The boy watches it settle on the ice, black against white. A small mark the water will remember when thaw comes. The old man straightens, his knees popping in protest. We close it, he says. We keep it sealed until the next hinge night. The deacon frowns. The next what? Hinge night. The hearth woman answers for him. The night between seasons, when the door between here and there swings wider than usual. Not quite winter, not yet spring. She glances toward the south fence. 2 weeks, if the frost holds. And if it doesn't? The widow asks. Then we make a hinge of our own, the old man says. With fire, water, and something she can't refuse. The boy's eyes widen. What's that? An invitation, the old man replies. The kind that makes the guest show her true face. They close the lid. The iron bands creak as they settle. The birch twigs are gone, but the old man presses his palm flat to the wood as if leaving a print behind. The hearth woman replaces the canvas, her movements slow, deliberate. Stones are set on top, each in the same place it lay before. As the crowd begins to drift away, the boy lingers again. He watches the three-toed prints, the edges already softening in the faint midday thaw. The wind shifts, carrying a scent that does not belong to snow or pine. Damp soil, nettle smoke, and something faintly sweet, like bread just pulled from an oven. He looks toward the forest. For a heartbeat, he thinks he sees the hut again. Legs bent, roof hunched, door turned just enough to notice him. Then the birches close ranks, and there is only white. The bell does not ring again, but the sound of its last note clings to the air long after they've gone. The day folds itself into work the way old cloth folds without creases, smoothly, with memory guiding the hands. If a house is a person and a threshold is a face, then every face needs tending. And today, the village tends. The hearth woman makes her rounds with a bundle of tools hung from her belt. Tongs, a spoon of ash-dark wood, a stone with a shallow cup worn into it by years of salt grinding. Where she goes, the air ends up scented like warm iron and nettle smoke. Bitter at first, then oddly clean, as if the room has put its spine straight. She begins at the izba that faces the stream. The woman who lives there wears worry like a shawl, but she sets it aside long enough to follow instructions. Blade side in, the hearth woman says, and together they turn the oven peel so that its lip meets the wall. A peel looks harmless until a story uses it like an invitation. Turned outward, it is a tongue. Turned inward, it is a closed mouth. Needles? The hearth woman asks next. Flat and threaded, the woman answers, cheeks reddening as if accused of some small untidiness. They lay the needles down, blue thread looped once through each eye. Thread as a promise that no point is naked, no point will catch moonlight and call. At the threshold, they work with iron. The hearth woman heats 3 old nails in the house fire until they glow the color of fat sunset. She takes them with tongs and nestles them into the ash pan so they cool in slow company, not in air where quick pride makes brittle. Iron cooled in ash, the old women say, remembers who it is. Iron quenched in water is good for plow and axe. Iron taught patience by ash is good for doors and the spaces between. When the nails darken, she sets one under the sill, slips one into the lintel's crack, presses one under the bed beam where children put their feet each morning to meet the world. The house is quiet while she works, as if listening to tools that talk in the tiny syllables of cooling metal. At the door, she ties a birch switch with red thread. For sightlines, she says to the woman, who nods as if sightlines are a winter vegetable you cut carefully. So what watches sees itself watched. The red pulls the eye, not by magic, the hearth woman says, if pressed, but by habit older than any single prayer. Red is not just blood, not only love. In this latitude, red is a signpost that refuses to fade. It says, here is the edge, do not stumble. By midday, the village looks faintly festive in a spare, sober way. red knots bright against gray doors, small bundles of birch tucked like old soldiers at attention above lintels, a scatter of eggs warming on inner sills where winter sun can find them. Unbroken eggs seal household luck, grandmothers teach, because luck prefers a round thing that promises to stay round. On tables, salt bowls sit nearer the center than usual. On the stove lips, a few crumbs of bread look like they were left by an honest mouse. Everyone knows they were not. The deacon rides this choreography like a cautious horseman. He visits, says a prayer where it can fit without breaking the furniture, and does not argue with iron or ash. His birch switch rests under his belt. He keeps his officiousness folded and clean. Where a family is pious, he blesses the nail as he places it. Where a family prefers the old language, he says nothing and lets the woman of the house lay the iron herself. The two of them side by side, the way neighbors stand at a fence when the river is rising, and room for speech is small. On the lane, the boy runs errands with a serious face that never quite manages to hide the light at its edges. He carries a pouch of salt from door to door, as if it were the district's seal. And in a way, it is. Once, as he passes the kiln, he stops and presses his palm to a warmed stone, then pulls it away as if he has greeted a sleeping animal and does not wish to wake it. He checks, without touching, that the canvas lies flat on the box by the stream. He looks for more three-toed prints and finds none. A small disappointment cracks his chest and then heals. Sometimes the world is generous with signs. Sometimes it minds its own business. At noon, the old man sits on a bench outside the izba where the widower lives, and closest neighbors slip in and out as if attending a casual court. He tells the names of protections as if he were a merchant listing cloth, each with its weave and weight: iron and ash, birch bound red, salt in the corners, seed on the sill, bread broken in three and the third left unnoticed. The broom laid bristles up on thin veil nights so that anything creeping stops to count and forgets to cross. The threshold dusted and then disturbed by a deliberate misstep so that the clean line that might attract a hunter's eye becomes broken and boring. Thin veil nights, the boy repeats, tasting the phrase and liking it. The old man explains it in the simple way explanations work best. Nights when the snow thinks about becoming water, or when leaves think about loosening, or when a festival thinks about being over and the lanterns hang undecided. The skin between worlds is thinner. Like ice you can see fish through if you dare stand on it. The boy nods and stores the image as if it were a nail he will cool quietly in ash. One woman asks about seeds. The old man smiles. Seeds at the sill are a riddle you give to whatever tries your door. Count them if you must. Leave us in peace if you do. They say spirits can't help themselves, he adds, and allows himself a brief kindness of humor. But then neither can some men. The smiles in return are small but real. A land that laughs at its fear is a land where fear has to earn its keep. In the afternoon, news drifts the way smoke from a small chimney drifts. Slow, then all at once in a spill of gray. A traveler from the market road comes in with frozen lashes and a mouth too cold to shape his errand. They sit him by a stove, rub his fingers, hand him soup so thin a spoon might feel lonely in it. When he speaks of a decree heard in the town. A magistrate near Smolensk, he says, year of our Lord 1539, the winter of lean hemp, posted a ban on heathen charms at doors after a night of fires that took 3 houses in a row and stopped at a 4th with a red thread over the lintel. Clerk wrote it. the traveler shrugs, and then the clerk's wife laid her own birch anyway. He laughs once, the dry kind that wants the world to know it isn't fooled. Paper is paper, wood is wood. The deacon looks down at his hands and does not disagree. He has read letters from towns where records scold, and he has seen how quickly a scold learns manners when a winter chooses to be cruel. The old man nods, as if the story joins dozens lined up in his memory like tools on a shelf, useful, worn, true enough. Evening brings the bells that men ring on purpose. A work call to gather the last logs, a gentler clapper that means soup is ready in the big house for whoever needs it. Between those honest tones, another sound comes once, not shy anymore, but not boastful either. One clear note from the chapel bell, a needle drawn through cloth. It settles them more than it frightens. A bell that no one rang has joined the day's inventory like salt in the corner or a nail under a sill. You do not explain salt. You respect it. The hearth woman ends her circuit at the widow's house. A lone lantern hangs there, its flame trimmed low, its circle of light modest, as if careful not to brag to the dark. Guest first, the widow says, handing over a small saucer of sugar saved for feast days. They granulate it into the broom bristles. For sweetness at the threshold, the widow says simply. She does not believe sweetness bribes the old guardian. She believes it bribes the people who live inside to speak gently when the door is in a mood to echo. The hearth woman approves. Houses keep score, she says. Not with ink, with echo. That night, when the village's windows cloud with breath on glass, the boy's mother tells him a fragment she has saved for a while, not to frighten him, she says, but so his courage grows specific. When I was little, she begins. A traveling couple stayed a week in our porch loft. Their girl had a fever that hung on like a burr. On the last night, the wind went widdershins round the house. She pauses to define it in the plain words he has earned. Against the sun's way. He nods. We put iron and ash. We tied the red. When the wind settled, there was a smear of soot inside the chimney, 2 lines like knees, as if someone had knelt to listen and then stood up and gone. The girl's fever broke at noon. Doctor said nothing. My mother baked bread and turned the peel inward for a month. He waits. And you? He asks. I learned to say thank you to things that don't ask for it. She smiles, a small tired curve. No harm came to me in the years I remembered, some in the years I forgot. He lays back and watches the red thread on his bedpost stain the last of the light. What would you have done? He asks softly. If the soot had looked like a hand. She considers, and then, given it a glove, the wind outside tires of its own reflection and sleeps in the thatch. The bell declines to be a nuisance. The kiln sighs the way a full belly sighs. In the distance, a wolf asks a question of the night, and the night answers with silence, which is sometimes the kindest answer available. In the morning, the world puts on a crust of glare. Someone has brushed the canvas on the box and reset the stones. Nobody will admit it, and everybody suspects the same 2 men. The crows are 3 again, always 3, posted like glyphs the forest writes by rote. The boy finds a feather snagged on the kiln rim and tucks it into the rafters at home, then immediately takes it down. He remembers the hunter's room, swimming with wings, and instead slides it under the sill beside the cooling nail. Messenger in and messenger out, he murmurs, then flushes at his own ceremony. He leaves it there anyway. Houses notice thoughtfulness. even when they pretend to be gruff. News comes by noon of tracks in the far copse where girls collect deadfall, prints that start strong and end in clean snow, then begin again farther on as if air were a road and someone took it briefly to avoid a puddle. The old man walks there, crouches, peers along the line the prints make. Not stag, he says. Not man. Maybe house. He grins suddenly at the girls' faces. If it is, it minds its steps like a lady at a dance. The girls giggle, relief spilling out in a warm ribbon. He lets the ribbon wrap the trees and linger. A letter arrives by hand from a cousin in Novgorod, not on parchment, but on a scrap of birch bark, because that is what a cousin can afford, and because old ways hang on where the river pays for patience. The script is rough but proud. It mentions, almost offhand, a market tale from last autumn about a hut seen near a logging track, a door that faced away until a young man addressed it politely, a meal inside that tasted like childhood and sorrow at once. The cousin says he doesn't believe, and then quotes the recipe for the soup the man swears he ate. Turnip, barley, nettle tips, a sliver of fat, a memory of garlic, in a handwriting that looks like it learned letters from a careful aunt. The old man reads it aloud, and nobody mocks the soup. Hunger is this land's least controversial theology. By afternoon, the deacon has made peace with the choreography enough to refine it. He suggests that where families lay iron, they also lay a psalm beneath, written on the back of any leaf of paper the clerk can spare, folded tight. If the house reads, he says dryly, let it read something that makes it drowsy. The hearth woman arches an eyebrow and then nods. Words can be warm, she allows. Even when they don't agree with the room, he brings out from the chapel a small bell no one has rung in years, a handbell with a cracked lip. He hands it to the boy. Walk the lanes at dusk, he instructs, and ring it once at each corner. Only once. The boy asks why only once. The deacon answers as if telling a dog how to heel. Because everything that listens counts. If you ring twice, it waits for 3. If you ring thrice, it waits for an even number. If you keep ringing, it forgets your house. We're not trying to be interesting. The boy grins at the idea of not being interesting as a spiritual discipline and performs it as well as he can. Dusk falls soft as the inside of a loaf. The boy walks. At the first corner, he rings once. The sound is blunt and low. The crack dulls it. It feels perfect. At the second corner, the bell refuses to sound and then does, a reluctant syllable that would embarrass a proud bell, but suits this job. At the third corner, he meets the widow, who raises her lantern without lifting it high. They nod, co-conspirators in modest light. At the fourth corner, the bell's tongue sticks and then frees. He goes home feeling like he has managed a conversation with a shy relative whom everyone loves and nobody wants to startle. Under the stars, few tonight, stingy as if rationed, the kiln gives back a little warmth it cannot keep. The canvas over the box sits with a small swell at its center. It has snow under it, the old man says when someone raises a brow. Snow humped in a way that imitates breath. No one argues. Sometimes, with some things, a village gives itself a sentence like that, and everyone agrees to live inside it. The egg inside remembers whatever eggs remember. The feathers do not rustle. On the third day after the protections go up, a pair of magistrates' men ride in from the district town with red cheeks and bad tempers. They demand warm drink first and answers second, and the village gives them both in that order. Porridge steaming and dense, talk cool and careful. The men ask about charms at doors. The deacon does not dissemble. He lifts a nail from a lintel and sets it on his palm so that the iron's honesty is visible. For splinters, he says. We are very serious about splinters. The men ask about the bell. Practice, the deacon says, so it will ring when we actually pull it. They ask about a rumor of a box. The old man yawns in a way that is also a bow. I keep a box of old stories, he says. You are welcome to any that fit your horse's ears. The men depart less irritated than they arrived, full of porridge and a mild sense of having been treated, if not well, then not badly. The boy watches them go and thinks of roads that are bewitched, how they take some men gently and some men to the same puddle twice. He wonders if a house on legs would pity a man who has never learned to knock. The hinge night approaches the way thaw approaches this latitude, with 3 false starts and then an avalanche of kindness. Hoarfrost inks the south fence and then declines to visit on a day when it would have been convenient. The wind sleeps 2 nights in a row and then rifles the thatch out of boredom. Crows call it wrong hours. The widow watches sky like a weaver watching a loom for the moment the shuttle can pass. Sometime between tonight and next, she predicts, which is the only way anyone honest talks about thresholds. That evening, they rehearse what to do when the signs finally agree. Not a complicated rite, just a choreography that feels like asking a very old neighbor for a very large favor and wanting not to spill the tea. They will bring the box to the kiln. They will lay a circle of rye seeds, then miscount them aloud. They will set a bowl of soup made from the cousin's letter near the rim. Turnip, barley, nettle tips, a sliver of fat, a memory of garlic, because hospitality is older than law and sometimes older than fear. They will place an unbroken egg beside the soup, not the egg from the box, but another warmed on a sill, because answers sometimes come when you mirror the question. They will heat an iron ring the size of a man's wrist and cool it in ash, then pass it over the lid 3 times. Not because 3 is magic, but because 3 is how you tell a story when you want it to end where it began. The deacon will speak words that make rooms drowsy. The hearth woman will say nothing at all. Her silence a solvent that loosens stubborn knots. If the lid lifts, nobody will touch the featherbed inside. If the egg moves, nobody will try to catch what comes. What would you have done? The old man asks the crowd once more, the kind question that keeps a village honest. If all we do is for nothing? If nothing opens and nobody knocks? A woman shrugs and holds up her hands roughened by soap and winter. Then our doors will have learned their manners, she answers. The old man bows to the wisdom of someone who measures success in how quietly a latch lifts at dawn. That night, the boy tries to sleep and cannot. He rises and pads to the threshold, careful not to wake the boards. He lays his ear to the sill. He hears the small talk a house makes when it settles. A crack, a sigh, a mystery that turns out to be a mouse. He tastes ash in the air and dreams of iron that learned patience. In his dream, a door turns, and he knows the phrase without speaking it. He wakes with the line of the words still on his tongue and does not repeat them, as if saying them out loud might spend them too soon. Toward morning, the world chooses its side. Wind goes away. Hoarfrost sketches art where it has been stingy. A single crow calls from the bend where the stream's breath writes cloud on air. Lamps lift in hands. Boots find their points on the snow. The kiln waits, an empty mouth polite enough not to ask. They gather the way people gather for weddings and for losses, with layers on their backs and careful eyes. with laughter tucked inside pockets to use only if the script allows. The wreath of rye goes down, counted wrong on purpose. The soup steams the way forgiveness steams. The egg takes the warmth of a palm and gives nothing back but its promise of roundness. The iron ring blushes, then grows honest again in ash. The deacon's voice rides just above the cold. The hearth woman keeps her silence like a blade she knows how to sheathe. The old man sets his hand flat on the lid and lifts it away as gently as breath. Feathers gleam like wet ink. The egg in the center sits with the composure the living sometimes envy. For a long heartbeat, nothing happens, and the village learns how to stand inside its own expectation without falling forward. The soup's scent thickens. Nettle and barley make a warmth that feels like a hand under the chin, lifting a face that has stared long at snow. The widow raises her lantern, not high, never high, so that the circle of light rests on the edge of the box and the first row of feathers shines like something taken from a rich bird's cloak. In that timid brightness, something changes that no one can point to with a finger. The small, persuasive shift that tells a room when a guest has stepped over the threshold even before the door has noticed. The boy feels it first, because he is all listening. He turns his head toward the birches. Between two white trunks, a shadow unglues itself and becomes the suggestion of a roof line where there is no roof. The air above it smokes against the wind's absence, as if a chimney were debating the virtue of being seen. The shadow tilts, as if testing whether this company is worthy of manners. A voice comes, not a human voice, and not a creature's either. It sounds exactly like the rustle of straw under a thatch hand, exactly like the compromise a house makes when it decides not to groan in winter so that children sleep. It asks for nothing and judges everything. The old man bows. The deacon lowers his eyes. The hearth woman's hands settle into stillness, so complete it feels like a blessing more than any word. The boy looks from the shadowed roofline to the egg and back again. He does not speak. He remembers the 3 knots in the nettle, the 3 winters kept, the 3 days of readiness. He thinks, not in words, more in the shape words will have when they arrive, that some debts are older than borders, and some guests have traveled farther than roads. The egg trembles once, the smallest tilt, as if a heartbeat remembered itself. The tremor is so slight that at first only those nearest the box notice. The hearthwoman's eyes narrow. Her breath does not change. The boy, standing beside her, leans forward instinctively. He feels, rather than sees, the movement, a tiny refusal to remain entirely still. Like the shift of a sleeper turning away from light, the nettle binding tightens imperceptibly. A faint creak comes from inside the egg itself, the kind of sound a grain makes when swelling in water. The old man murmurs something under his breath. Not a blessing, not a warning, but a wordless note pitched for listening ears alone. The deacon clears his throat, and the sound feels enormous in the hush. "We should," he begins, but the widow lifts her lantern a fraction, the light spilling over the feathers. That's when they all see it. The egg is breathing. Not the way lungs do, but with the measured expansion of something testing the space around it. A slow outward press, then a pause, then a retreat. It leaves the air feeling thinner. "What would you have done?" the old man asks quietly. "If this were in your house?" The deacon says nothing. He's watching the shadows between the birches. The shape of the roof line is clearer now, peaked, thatched, knees bent at angles that no natural growth could form. The air above it shimmers faintly, as if the very cold is bending to give way. The boy's pulse drums in his ears. His mind runs the phrase, "Turn your back to the forest, your front to me." But he keeps it locked behind his teeth. He remembers the old man's words, "Some doors decide more than once." The hearth woman steps closer to the box. She takes the iron ring they'd cooled in ash and passes it slowly over the egg. Once, twice, 3 times. The metal leaves a shallow warmth in the air above the shell, as if it's tracing a boundary. The egg's breathing slows, then steadies. "Why is it listening?" the boy whispers. "Because," she says, eyes still on her work. "Everything that knocks wants to know the rules before it comes in." The wind picks up, not from the west or the north, but from the forest itself, spilling out toward the village. It carries a scent almost too faint to catch. Damp leaves under snow, birch sap, and a trace of wood smoke from a chimney no one has built here. One of the crows flaps down from its post and lands on the edge of the box. Its claws grip the wood but avoid the feathers. It tilts its head, one eye fixed on the egg, the other on the shadow between the trees. The old man speaks as if the bird were the one who needed convincing. "We've kept it safe," he says. 3 winters. You know that's no small thing." The crow blinks slowly. The egg shifts again, and this time the movement is sharper. Not the pulse of breath, but the push of something testing its own walls. A hairline crack appears along one side, thin as a thread of spider silk. The crowd collectively leans back. "Not here," the hearth woman says firmly, to no one in particular. "Not yet." She cups her hands around the egg without touching it, as if shielding a candle from an impatient wind. "If it hatches in sight of a guest," she adds, "you don't know who the guest is anymore." The widow sets her lantern down on the snow, flame steady. "Then where?" "The kiln," the old man answers without hesitation. Mouth to mouth, the boy realizes what he means. A fire kept low, a circle tight around the rim, so whatever steps out knows its first breath is warm and watched. He's not sure if that's kindness or a warning. The deacon, after a long moment, nods. "We carry it now." The hearth woman scoops the feathers up around the egg, lifting it like a nest entire. The nettle binding swings gently, its 3 knots still biting into the stalk. The crow lifts away, circling once before disappearing toward the trees. They move in a slow procession toward the kiln. Snow crunches underfoot, each step deliberate. Behind them, the shadow between the birches remains, its roofline unmoving, as if the hut is letting them go but keeping its attention on the space they leave behind. At the kiln, they've already laid rye seed in a ring. The hearth woman lowers the bundle into the center. She glances at the old man. "Count wrong," she says. He does. 16 instead of 15. The mistake crisp and clear for any listening presence. They light the fire with embers carried from 3 separate hearths. Flames lick low, wrapping the stone in a dim halo. The feathers stir once in the heat, then lie still. The crack in the egg lengthens. A flake of shell lifts and falls away. Inside is darkness, not the pink of flesh or the gleam of wet scale, just shadow deeper than the kiln's own. The wind stops. The air feels thick. And then, from far off, comes the sound of the chapel bell. 1 note. The old man's voice is steady when he speaks. "Guest first," he says. The shell splits. The shell opens without sound, as if it has been waiting so long that noise would be an insult. A seam widens, then peels back in 2 clean arcs. From within comes not a chick, not any bird the feathers might have promised, but a hand. Small, human-shaped, the skin pale as birch under moonlight. It reaches upward, fingers splayed as though feeling the temperature of the air. The hearth woman does not step back. She does not lean closer either. The old man's face is unreadable, but his shoulders ease, as though some piece of a long equation has just solved itself. The hand curls once, making a fist, then relaxes and withdraws. From the darkness inside the egg, a shape begins to rise. At first, it seems too large for the shell, impossibly so, yet it emerges without breaking more than the original split. A head follows the hand, hair the deep matte black of crow feathers. It spills over narrow shoulders, dry despite the birth. The face beneath is neither child nor fully grown, its eyes the color of ice under river water, catching light without giving it back. The boy swallows hard. What would you have done, he thinks, if it looked at you first? He's almost disappointed when it doesn't. The figure's gaze sweeps the circle, passing over each person like a ladle stirring a pot, not stopping long enough to serve. The hearthwoman lifts her chin slightly. "You've kept us waiting," she says. Her tone is neither warm nor cold, but balanced on the line where both could tip. The figure blinks once. It steps out of the shell, though step is too simple. Its movement is smooth, sliding, as if its feet barely acknowledge the stone beneath. When it stands clear of the egg, the shell folds in on itself and lies flat, brittle as frost-killed leaves. In the shadowed kiln light, the figure's garments become clearer, a shift woven of something coarse but edged in fine stitching, as though part gift, part burden. Around its neck is a loop of thin red cord, frayed in two places. The old man speaks, his voice low. 3 knots, 3 winters. The figure tilts its head, eyes glinting. It raises one hand, palm out, and traces the air above the rye ring. The seeds tremble, as if counting themselves. The wind stirs, just enough to make the kiln's fire lean. From the forest, between the birches, comes a change in shadow. The roofline has turned. The hut faces them now. Even from here, they can see the dark oval of its doorway. The boy feels the phrase pressing against his teeth again. He clamps his jaw. The old man's glance tells him he's right to hold it. The figure in the kiln lowers its hand. It looks toward the hut, then back to the ring of villagers. Its lips part, not to speak, but to breathe in as though tasting them. The breath is long, steady, and when it ends, the chapel bell answers. One note, exactly like before. The hearthwoman steps forward until she's just outside the rye ring. "Guest first," she says. The figure inclines its head, a gesture more courtly than humble. It steps over the seeds without disturbing them. The red cord at its neck swings once, then stills. Outside the kiln's glow, its outline blurs slightly, as if the night prefers to hold it. It walks, no, glides, toward the stream bank where the canvas-covered box once lay. At the edge of the clearing, it stops. The hut waits with the patience of old wood. Its legs shift, talons pricking the snow, but it does not step forward. The figure raises a hand in greeting, or command. The hut lowers itself a fraction, enough to make the door level with the figure's gaze. No one breathes as the figure crosses the final stretch. The door swings open. For an instant, they see only the dark inside, the kind of dark that swallows lamplight. Then the figure enters. The door closes. The hut straightens, turns its back to them, and begins to walk, each step leaving 3-toed prints that press deep, then fill with drifting snow. The boy exhales. "Is that it?" he whispers. The old man shakes his head. "A guest leaves something behind." They look into the kiln. The collapsed shell is gone. In its place sits a single iron nail, still warm, cooling in ash. They stand a long while after the hut's last three-toed prints fill with drift, as if the snow itself has made a decision that the living must respect. The kiln breathes. The rye ring lies counted wrong. The soup cools to a skin like patient lace. The widow retrieves her lantern and shades it with her hand so the flame does not overreach. The boy stares at the iron nail resting in ash, still giving off a small, honest heat. It is not a smith's nail. The head is slightly crooked, the shank subtly spiraled. The point knife sharp in a way that feels less like metalwork and more like intention. The hearthwoman lifts the nail with tongs and does what habit has taught her to do with iron that wants a job. She lays it back into ash and lets the ash make its manners known. The deacon watches as if watching a catechism. The old man simply nods. "Guest leaves a token," he says. "Not payment, not threat. A hinge." The boy cannot keep the question in. "What door does it fit?" "Whichever we choose," the old man answers, and somehow that comforts no one and everyone at once. They break the circle and carry home what can be carried. The soup goes into hungry bellies. The rye seeds are gathered by a careful hand that pretends not to worry about losing the count. The nettle twist is untied and softened in warm water until it relaxes into nothing that binds. The kiln is banked. The canvas goes back over the now empty box until they all decide what the box is next. Relic, warning, cradle, or something the village will never name aloud. Morning comes with a thaw's trickster light, the kind that makes ice look like safe glass and glass look like ice. The stream cracks a better joke than yesterday's and moves a hair under its gray lid. Children are kept home from chores that require striding across thin places. The bell is quiet. In that calm, boldness arrives dressed as errands, and the hearthwoman takes her tongs and her ash pan and the nail and walks the lane as if she has a list to check and all the time in the world to check it. The boy trails her like a second shadow that forgot its timing. They begin at the widow's house. The hearthwoman holds the nail up to the lantern's modest glow and inspects it like a midwife inspects a fingernail, for cleanliness, for cruelty, for anything the house would call impolite. No burrs, she decides. No curse. She slides the nail into the ash bed near the stove and leaves it there to learn the room's tongue. At the next izba, the family of the woodcutter, who first suggested the kiln, is slicing turnips into a pot with barley and the memory of garlic. The scent makes the boy's stomach step forward. The hearthwoman asks after their iron. The woodcutter nods toward a sill, and the hearthwoman slips the new nail beside the older cooling ones, as if gathering old soldiers with a younger recruit and leaning them all together to share experiences while the soup talks in its low, forgiving way. "Do you keep it?" the boy asks when they are back outside, breath fogging the thin sun. "If iron chooses a house," she says, "I will not make it a wanderer again. What if it chooses no one?" She looks at him sidelong, amused by his tidy mind. "Then it's choosing us all." They pass the chapel, where the deacon stands under the bell that has acquired the personality of a discreet relative. Present, helpful, careful to be neither seen too much nor too little. He dips his head at the hearthwoman and at the ash pan in her hands. "Inventory?" he asks. "Hospitality," she answers. He considers how rarely those two words share a table in his world and lets the observation warm him instead of chilling him. "Keep a note," he says without pedantry. If anyone asks in town why ash stains our sills, I'll have the measure ready. The next door they reach belongs to an orchard keeper whose trees have survived more winters than the woodcutter has knives. He grows apples that are better in pies than poems, apples that bruise like men do, and that keep a village sane in January when cabbage is tired of itself. He is a spare, careful man who budgets his speech and prefers to pay in gestures. When the hearth woman comes in, he is not at his table. He is standing by the corner shelf where he keeps a plate that has not been used in a long time. On that plate, an apple sits, mottled red, firm. A small coin of sunlight pressed into its side where a summer thumb once held it. It looks as if someone picked it yesterday. The hearth woman stops. The boy does too. He has been trained by a life of scarcity to notice freshness, like a candle in a barn. The old man arrives a breath later. He always does, like a punctuation mark the sentence has earned. The orchard keeper does not turn. He only gestures with his chin toward the fruit, circled by a thin milk of dust that proves the plate has not moved much, if at all. The hearth woman does not touch. When? After the first flood, he answers without drama. His year naming matches the widow's, the spring 3 years ago when the river rose early and took what it liked. I set it out when I should have eaten it. It was too beautiful to leave in the cellar. The next morning it looked not spoiled. I told myself I had been spared one indulgence. I have told myself that for 1,000 mornings. He breathes out through his nose. I counted, the boy whispers before he can stop himself. 1,000 is almost 3 years. How did you not bite? The orchard keeper finishes for him with a winter brief smile. Some days the not biting fed me more than the apple would have. The old man steps nearer but still keeps his hands at his sides. You told no one. I told my mother's shutter, the orchard keeper says, half humor and half confession. It was her habit to tell the wood before she told a priest. The deacon, who has followed at a respectful distance, hears his cue and pretends he did not. He asks instead a practical question, whose answer belongs to the village rather than to doctrine. Did you test it? The orchard keeper nods toward a knife laid beside the plate. The blade is blunt from domestic work. The handle shows a dent where a thumb has leaned for years. I cut off a thin round every full moon. It browned a little, as slices do. But the next morning the cut healed to a skin, and the circle I had taken lay on the plate, still wet, as if cut that minute. He considers his own words, as if wondering whether he believes them in company as much as he believed them alone. I ate the rounds. I have not dared to bite the heart. He gestures to the boy. What would you have done? The boy pictures a top tooth marking flesh and pulls back from the thought as if the apple might bleed. Asked it for a seed, he says finally, and planted the seed in the rye mill crumbs. The orchard keeper's eyes warm. He recognizes imagination giving courtesy. I did that, he admits softly. He reaches to the plate and touches nothing. His hand hovers, a swallow's wing over water. We planted 3. He nods to the window. They took. They do not need pruning the way other saplings do. They lean as if they already know the weight they want. He looks back at the plate. They blossom late, after the last lie of spring frost. Their fruit is more tart than sweet. But no tree in my life has apologized so little for being alive. The hearth woman moves at last, but not toward the plate. She sets her ash pan down on the bench and takes from it, with tongs, the iron nail. It has cooled now to that deep, honest color Iron shows when it has learned the room. She does not say what she is thinking. She sets the nail gently on the corner of the shelf where the apple can see it. If apples see, the old man watches the arrangement, like a simple diorama in a scholar's cabinet. Fruit and iron, summer and winter, sweetness and blade, things that rot and things that insist on never doing so if someone tells them they must. In 1547, he says, anchoring the room with a date like a pin through a specimen, after Moscow's Great Fire, a clerk wrote that women hid apples in ovens to keep them safe from thieves and flames. He scolded them in his book for superstition. He did not scold the men for locking their cellars. He tips his head. Records carry more than facts. They carry the clerk. The deacon offers a thin smile. He has read enough scolds to prefer kitchens. In 1551, the council in Moscow put charms and women's tricks among its list of parish offenses, he says gently, not as cudgel, but as weather report. The same year, a merchant's account in Pskov praises an inn where the hearthwoman tied red over the door and the soup never burned. Paper remembers everything, even when it contradicts itself. The orchard keeper finally faces them fully. If it is a trick, he says, then it is the kind that has kept me sane. I spoke to it sometimes. He shrugs, embarrassed, but not ashamed. When another calf was born dead, when a storm boiled from nowhere and flung hail like small teeth, when I dreamed of my father walking among trees that grew on nothing at all. He lifts his hands and lowers them again. It listened. Or I did. The boy takes a step closer and, following rules that have already become a grammar for this village, asks permission with his eyes. The orchard keeper nods once. The boy leans until his breath almost touches the skin. He expects sweetness or the faint vinegar of old fruit, but the smell is cool and green, like the inside of a reed, or the first breath when you break a snow crust over living earth. He straightens and feels, irrationally and fully, as if someone had kissed his forehead. What do we do with it? The hearthwoman asks the room, not the apple. The old man answers by telling a story, because stories are how instructions are remembered without being obeyed too hard. In the parish near Divina, he begins, and offers the hedge a man offers when he respects truth. So, the letter says, a girl who did not smile kept an apple under her bed after an old crone told her to bring spring sooner. The girl smiled when the apple was near, not because it was magic, or maybe because it was, but because it persuaded her that rot pauses when it meets a good reason. She married a man who carved her a birch cradle. She buried the apple under the cradle's south foot when their child was born. That child lived, and the cradle never creaked. Later, people said the girl was lucky. She said she learned where to put sweetness so that it holds up weight. He allows himself a little cough that could be laughter if there weren't so much winter in it. Luck is workmanship that doesn't brag. The deacon looks at the hearthwoman. She looks back. He speaks first. If you ask me as a priest, he says, I will tell you to give thanks for providence and to share the apple at a feast, to honor a saint who does not mind if his table has nettle soup and barley bread instead of roasted pork. He pauses. If you ask me as a man who knows the labor of not biting, I will tell you to keep it on the shelf and whisper when you need to. The first answer has rules. The second has space. He lets the orchard keeper choose without saying the word choose. The orchard keeper chooses by not moving anything. He nods once at the iron nail. Let it keep company, he says, fruit and iron. Maybe together they will teach our doors to be patient with our hungers. The hearth woman's eyes flash in a way the boy has learned is her version of tenderness. If it begins to brown, she says, call me. We will count seeds and miscount, and see if it prefers humor to reverence. On their way out, the old man pauses at the threshold and, with the most minimal of gestures, bends, gathers 3 grains of salt from the corner, and sets them back where they were. Salt likes to be noticed without fuss. Word of the apple moves through the village slower than a rumor and faster than a sermon. By sundown, 3 people have brought their own plates to their own corners and set their own fruit on them, hoping for patience, even if they do not get miracles. The widow, who knows the apple as well as anyone, she often bartered for the orchard keeper's bruised fruit and made them into the kind of sweetness that forgives rough treatment, does not set a plate. She stitches a small red edge onto the cloth she uses to cover her bread and calls it a day's defiance against rot. Not all hearing is curiosity. The magistrate's men pass word down the road that the village is a nest of house tricks. A clerk in the nearest town writes a draft complaint about unlawful charms, and then writes a poem about a winter that forgot how to end and keeps both in his desk until spring tells him which one will make him safer. In the ledger for the district, a neat hand inscribes that Torzhok received barrels of dried apples from 3 parishes in the autumn of 1538, and none from this one. It does not write that one plate here held a single fruit that refused to admit allegiance to time, night again, and with it a patience that keeps teaching. The boy cannot resist circling back to the orchard keeper's window, where breath has made small ovals on the glass, the way watching does. He sees the plate, the apple, the iron nail a short hand-breadth away. He stands on tiptoe to see whether the skin has taken a bruise where the lantern's light has warmed it. It has not. On his walk home, the boy passes the kiln and then the stream. He sees where 3-toed prints once were, now erased into pure white that offers nothing to anyone who did not witness. He hears the bell not ring. He smells nettle's ghost on the air and thinks of a hand as pale as birch stepping out of dark, a red cord that held and then did not hold, a roof line that turned its courteous back when acknowledged. He thinks of the old man's phrase, a hinge, and feels the rightness of the metaphor down in his ankles, in the way a body knows a gate will swing before the mind does. He sleeps and dreams of a market where fruits never rot and coins never tarnish, and the bargaining is done in whispers you can only hear if you have learned to speak to doors. He wakes to a morning that is more mortal and somehow more dear. 2 days pass. On the 3rd, a peddler from the west wanders in with a cart full of combs and pins and tin medallions of saints and devils that look like cousins. He sells trinkets that dull the mind into thinking life is manageable because the objects fit in a palm. He hears about the apple before he hears about the kiln. He asks no permission and makes his way to the orchard keeper's door. His knock is too loud. The door takes offense and answers by sticking. The hearth woman happens to be crossing the lane and without comment rubs a smear of ash on the inside of the latch. The door apologizes by opening. The peddler smiles too many teeth. He offers to buy the apple for a monastery that collects proofs. The orchard keeper looks at the combs, the pins, the medallions, the teeth, the manner, and says, no. The peddler suggests the district magistrate might like to see it. The deacon materializes from a shadow and says, he likes porridge better. The peddler leaves poorer by one illusion. If stories have a mind, they decide the pace of their own proofs. The next day, an old woman from a far side of the village brings a small cloth to the orchard keeper. She unwraps it to show an apple she took from her loft in fall and forgot under a pile of nettle sacks. It is softened into its own shadow. It smells like an apology and a cellar. "I am tired of losing nice things," she says simply. The orchard keeper nods and sets her apple beside his, on the same plate. They do not touch. The iron nail sits nearby with the expression, "all iron has," refusal to hurry. A week later, the old woman's apple is still itself, wrinkled in a way that speaks of survival rather than decay. The orchard keeper's remains firm. They cook them both into a compote at last, because nothing is easier to like than a miracle that agrees to be shared, and because the village has begun to understand that keeping sweetness is not the same as hoarding it. They save the seeds, and the boy plants one in a jar where he can watch without digging. He learns how patience looks when it is small and green. Between these domestic proofs runs a thinner, stranger line. A traveler on the winter road swears to the deacon that near a birch grove 4 versts east, he saw smoke rise against no wind from a chimney that was not there after he sprang his horse through a drift. The traveler's voice is not made for lying. It is too hoarse, too tired, too uninterested in being believed. The deacon offers him soup. The traveler drinks and falls asleep sitting upright, head bent forward like someone nodding to a door he hopes will wait. The deacon, who has learned which part of his work needs ink and which part needs ash, writes nothing down and warms the man a corner by the stove. The old man takes the apple story and threads it into his larger loom. "A thing that refuses to rot," he says one evening to a few gathered by a low fire, "is a thing that negotiates with time. That is what she is, whatever name we give the shape she wears. Not a person only, not a place only, a negotiation between hunger and harvest, between border and crossing, between house and forest. Some travelers get banished, some get fed, some get tested, some villages too." He looks at the boy, whose face holds quiet in the way of someone listening with the back of his heart. Remember the bell that no one rang? Remember the iron cooling in ash? Remember the lantern that never brags? These are all ways to teach time to be polite. "Does time listen?" the boy asks, unsmiling because the question is not a joke. "Only when it is tired," the old man says. "We help it tire." Late that night, the orchard keeper's wife, who has let the apple be her silence for so long that her tongue has grown shy even with herself, wakes to a sound like a cloth pulled gently from under a plate. She sits up, listens, hears nothing more, lies down again. In the morning, the apple is where it always is. Near it, a new perfection. A round of frost on the window, exactly the size of the apple, unmelting while the rest of the pane clears. She touches the glass. It is colder inside the circle and warmer around it, as if someone had pressed a small, steady palm there from the outside. She says nothing, because she has learned that sweetness speaks best when it isn't chased. The boy spends that afternoon helping the widow mend the edge of her breadcloth. He pricks his finger once and does not whine. She tuts once and does not scold. When they are done, she lifts her lantern and trims the flame's tongue. "A thought," she says, not looking up. "If guests leave tokens, perhaps we should too." "What would you leave?" the boy asks. She considers, then smiles in the way a human being smiles when she remembers she has survived more than one winter. "A loaf that refuses to go stale," she says. Or, if that is too much, a crumb that remembers to taste like bread when someone needs it. He nods as if that is a plan one can write on bark and keep in a jar until spring. Toward evening, the wind files its edges, and people dare the lane with open coats. The deacon rings the cracked handbell once at each corner with the boy, and they are joined by a sound they recognize now like a friend's footfall outside the door. One clear, deliberate note from the chapel bell, neither command nor surrender. The deacon and the boy smile without turning their heads, giving the bell the courtesy of not being stared at when it is doing a good job. When full dark comes, the kiln glows with banked coals. The stream is a black ribbon trying to remember a song. The birches show their pale wrists and refuse to hide their age. In a window, a plate with an apple and an iron nail sit like a small altar to patience. The village breathes with its houses. The threshold listens to the people who care for it and allows itself to relax. And far off, beyond the last hedges and the first honest trees, where prints begin and end as if air were an option and not a boast, a roofline moves. It is not in a hurry. It does not fear witness. The door faces nowhere and everywhere, which is exactly what a door should do when it wants to keep both truths alive at once. A crow follows at an even distance, a black comma keeping the sentence from ending too abruptly. At the edge of sleep, the boy hears, or dreams he hears, the smallest tap at the inside of the world, like the sound a nail makes when it touches wood that has already decided to accept it. He rolls over and sees in the dim the red thread on the birch switch and the outline of the handbell's curve on the shelf. He thinks of the apple that would not rot, and of how some things are not defiance, but discipline, sweetness practiced into fact. Outside, one snowflake lands on a fence and holds its shape longer than law allows, then decides to be water. The bell says nothing. Perfectly. The lantern in the widow's window breathes like a small animal sleeping. Somewhere in the timbers of a moving house, iron remembers ash and chooses, for now, to wait. By the next morning, the thaw has retreated, and the village wakes to a frost that looks deliberate. White, laid so evenly over the roofs and fences that it could be mistaken for cloth pulled tight. The air carries the kind of cold that has weight, pressing on the lungs. Even the smoke from the chimneys moves slowly, as though it has been given instructions to linger. The boy notices it first. A line of three-toed prints, beginning just beyond the south fence, as neat as stitches, each one pressed into the crust without breaking through. They stop 10 paces from the orchard keeper's house, turn in a slow arc, and vanish under the shadow of a birch. The snow beyond is untouched. He follows them with the old man, neither speaking until they reach the tree. Its trunk is bare of snow where the wind has scoured it, revealing bark pale as bone. Something has been left there. Wedged in a split between two branches is a strip of cloth. It is rough woven, the color of river silt, with a border of red thread that looks hand-dyed. The old man tugs it free. It smells faintly of nettles and wood smoke. Guest leaves a token, he says again, folding it carefully, but not twice without reason. The boy frowns. Is it for us? The old man glances toward the orchard keeper's window, where the plate still holds its apple and iron nail. For the house, more likely. We just happen to live in it. They bring the cloth to the hearth woman. She runs her fingers along the red border, noting where the thread thickens and thins, where it twists as if it had been knotted and undone more than once. This edge has been turned, she says, and turned back. Someone's carried it a while. The deacon, summoned from the chapel, leans close. For prayer? Or for work? She replies. Cloth like this could carry either. The orchard keeper receives it without ceremony. He drapes it over the back of a chair near the stove, as though it has always been there. If it's a gift, it will stay. If it's a test, it will wander off again. By midday, the cloth remains. A few visitors drop in on small excuses, to borrow salt, to return a spoon, but none touch it. Everyone can feel that it has a watcher. That night, the widow's lantern burns later than usual. She sits at her table sewing, the boy beside her untangling thread. Every so often, she glances toward the window, where frost has patterned itself in arcs that resemble bent knees. She doesn't mention it. In the middle of the night, the bell gives a single, muted note. Not the clear call of before, but something softer, as though struck with a gloved hand. The boy hears it in his sleep and dreams of the hut standing at the edge of the birches, its door closed, but its legs shifting slightly, restless in the cold. The next day, the orchard keeper finds something else. 3 rye seeds laid precisely on the apple's plate, evenly spaced around the fruit. They are dry and clean, as if they've never touched soil. He calls the hearth woman, the old man, and the deacon. No one removes them. What would you have done, the boy asks, if they'd been buried in the apple? The hearth woman smiles faintly. Planted them anyway. They decide to leave the seeds where they are. Days pass. They do not sprout. They do not shrivel. Snow comes and goes. The bell rings once, twice, never on a pattern anyone can name. One evening, the traveler who had fallen asleep in the chapel returns from the market road. He brings a scrap of news. A woodcutter's boy in the next parish swears he saw a house in the trees, but smaller than the stories say, and without smoke from its roof. It was listening, the boy told him. It was leaning down. The old man hears this and nods, as though that explains the cloth, the seeds, the silent watching. It's measuring us, he says, to see which way the door should face next time. The boy shivers, though the stove is hot. In his mind, the door is already turning. They send for the town. Word goes along the road like heat through a thin wall, and within 5 days a sled creaks in from the direction of Novgorod, runners screaming a song that means the temperature is honest. 2 clerks ride the bench in front with their knees pressed to their chests, hands tucked in sleeves. Behind them crouch 3 men in quilted coats with spears lashed to the sled's ribs. Posad militia, not soldiers, the kind of men who usually guard warehouses and settle beer quarrels. The sled carries a small chest with a seal pressed into brown wax and a bell of its own. Wrapped in felt like a sleeping child, the elders wait in the big izba. The kiln smolders in the background of everybody's nerves. The stream speaks to itself under ice. The boy stands by the oven with his hands on the warm brick, pretending he doesn't need the heat. The hearth woman has cleared the table and set out 3 kinds of light: lamp, tallow candle, the widow's lantern, as if to give the day choices. The clerks damp snow from their boots and let their faces thaw into expressions that say they do not plan to be cruel unless compelled. The older of the 2 has a mouth made for rules. The younger has ink on his thumb that refuses to leave. The militia set their spears against the wall and become shadows with ears. A deacon from a parish closer to town follows last, robe hem crusted white, breath steady. He nods once to their own deacon. Men of the cloth often know each other's jobs by the weight in the eyes. By order, the older clerk announces, setting the chest on the table so the seal can stare at the room. Inquiry into unlawful charms, disturbances near the chapel bell, and the gathering of a crowd at a fire pit too often for winter. He says it as if reading a weather report. When he looks up, it is with a weariness that prefers facts to theater. The old man with the white beard lifts his shoulders, sets them down again. "Welcome," he says, and it isn't sarcasm. Guests are guests. He gestures to the benches. He pours soup in modest wooden bowls, turnip, barley, nettle tips, a sliver of fat, and garlic remembered more than present. The room eats. Eating together keeps quarrels from growing hip bones too quickly. When talk begins, it is careful. The clerk scratches with a crow feather quill shaped into obedience. The hearth woman gives the iron nail to the table like someone presenting a child's first good word. The widow's lantern keeps its circle demure. The boy holds his tongue, but his thoughts race in small, polite circles like a dog that wants to be good. The town deacon wants dates and names. He speaks them with the tidy gravity of someone who knows paper, remembers what people will try to forget. "You say there was a sign 3 years ago," he prompts, "at the first flood." The orchard keeper nods and tells the apple in a voice that refuses drama. "You say a bell rings without a hand," the clerk asks next. Their deacon lifts one palm in a small apology to the other. One note, honest as iron. "You say a house walked," the militiaman with the gentlest beard adds, surprising himself with the way wonder has crept into his sentence. The old man tilts his head. "We say Prince began and ended." The younger clerk wants a villain. He is too new to know that villages rarely offer a single neck. "Who keeps the charms?" he asks briskly. "Whose door bears the red thread? Who ties the birch? Who laid seeds?" The hearthwoman smiles in a way that refuses to be read as defiance. "We do," she says, "and also we don't. A house ties itself if you talk to it long enough." The town deacon shifts ground. "Where," he asks, "is the object you gathered at the stream?" He carefully avoids giving it a name that would make the room harder. The old man answers with a glance that gathers several months into one nod. "Empty," he says. "We keep its wood for a hinge." He does not mention the hand pale as birch, or the figure that glided, or the door that faced and then turned away. He will say those to the children when the year is older and the snow less brittle. Still, there must be a case. The older clerk sets the quill down and steeples his fingers. "We will look," he says. He means, we will test what can be tested without breaking it, and we will write what can be written without making enemies. The room exhales a breath it has held for a week. They walk in file to the kiln. Frost makes a lace jaw on the rimstones. The rye ring is gone. Geese and children have argued its fate between them. The hearthwoman stoops and gathers a pinch of ash, rubs it between speckled fingers. Not hostile, she judges. Just old. From the kiln, they go to the stream. The canvas is folded in the woodshed now, and the box sits inside the big room like an old chest that remembers wedding linens. The militiaman with the gentle beard runs a palm along the lid. He pauses at the carving as if a knife mark can express something the law forgot to ask. "Who drew this?" he asks. Nobody answers because it is the wrong kind of question. The hut on legs looks back, the door turned away as always. So much door that it becomes a mouth to anyone looking too long. The town deacon takes out paper and sets down the year, 1542, he writes, because he likes to pin time to earth. He notes the parish, the distance to Novgorod as best guesses measure it, the number of households. He writes, disturbance to bell, and pauses, catches his own word, scratches unexplained note instead. He writes charms at thresholds and a line below to mark that the clerk can be generous, customary local protections, iron ash, birch red. He writes apple preserved beyond season, and hedges with witness testimony, fruit seen. He writes prints with 3 toes, begin and end, and leaves a space after the semicolon, because a space is sometimes the only mercy a record can afford. Protocol, the older clerk says, and the younger takes a breath, grateful for the anchor. They will perform a small trial, not of a person, but of the village's claims. It is a rehearsal for a judgment none of them want to give. The hearthwoman nods before he explains. "Show us what you do," he says to her. And for once, the state and the stove share a job. They choose the chapel as the room with enough witnesses who will not fidget. The bell hangs above with the patience of a relative invited to stay the week. The militia lean their spears at a slight angle so they do not look like they were brought to stab a bread loaf. The old man stands a little to the side where he can listen to the cracks wood makes while it warms. The hearthwoman lays her tools like a physician, tongs, the ash pan, a small bag of rye. She asks the younger clerk to count the seeds into a ring. He enjoys numbers. He makes 15 perfect little lives. She thanks him, then miscounts them with a smile. 16 aloud. What purpose? He frowns. So that anything too curious wastes an evening, she says. Curiosity is a great eater of time. She heats an old nail at the chapel stove until it colors, then nests it into ash so the iron can remember its patience. The room smells faintly of nettle. Someone has brought the dried stalks without needing to be told. She lays 3 threads of red on the sill, not a charm, but a signal. She lays 1 birch switch above the door with a knot a child could untie. She takes the apple from the orchard keeper's plate. Not the miracle one, not the great patience, but its cousin, good enough to represent, and sets it in the middle of the ring. Hospitality, she says for the record. Even if the guest is a wind, the older clerk nods. Now, he says. He means, now we wait and see whether your manners are a superstition or a set of rules the heir obeys when asked politely. The wait has a shape. Breath makes that small thunder in the chest that people learn to ignore during winter, because otherwise they could not fall asleep. Wood settles. Someone's joint pops and apologizes. The boy stands on the balls of his feet and drops his weight soundless, the way children do when they must make their body forget it is young. When it comes as lightly as a definition. 1 note from the bell, unhurried and clean. The tongue didn't swing. The rope didn't move. The sound simply decided to exist. The older clerk's eyes lift without widening. The younger clerk looks at the rope anyway because that is his job. The militiaman with the gentle beard tilts his head as if the note has told him a joke that improves him. The town deacon lowers his gaze as a courtesy to a fact that has asked not to be applauded. They wait for a second note. None comes. The hearthwoman looks at the ring and finds 1 rye seed out of place. Not missing, not eaten, simply nudged as if a thumb changed its mind. She says nothing. She cools the iron until it is honest. She places it under the sill, then lifts it again, showing the clerks the ash print it leaves on the wood. The perfect oval a careful thing makes when it sits only long enough to speak. Right, the older clerk says, and the younger does, eyes shining with the relief that work can give a man who doesn't know how to live in rooms without jobs. He writes, bell sounded once, no rope pulled. He writes, seed disturbed, agency unobserved. He writes, iron cooled in ash placed and replaced, ash mark evident. He adds, no damage, because courts love the word damage, and its absence can save a parish. Then comes the question. Authority must ask to stay itself. Who leads this? The older clerk inquires, not unkindly. Who decides the rights? He means, whose neck takes the noose if the paper has to please someone crude? The old man is about to answer when the widow lifts her hand. A house decides, she says, voice quiet, expression refusing drama, and we ask nicely until it agrees. She looks at the clerk with that generous stubbornness widows sometimes wear like a scarf they sewed themselves. If you need a name to carry back, she adds, write we. It is not the best word, but the house understands it. The older clerk looks at the town deacon. The town deacon considers doctrine, appetite, and weather, then nods. Right we, they break for air. Outside, the day has leaned toward a snow that refuses to be definite. The boy breathes deep until the inside of his nose stings. The militiamen stamp their feet on one patch of ground until it feels familiar. The younger clerk watches crows on a birch. One feather loosens and spins down, landing on his sleeve. He brushes it away with more respect than he means to show. Now, the other thing, the older clerk says as they re-enter, because he is honest enough to know tests must come in pairs. The box. The box is brought in. The carving looks both homely and blasphemous in a church. The older clerk touches the snapped band. The younger writes, iron band previously broken, fracture old. The militiaman runs a thumb over the hut's etched smoke and does not realize that he has been thinking of the smell of nettle. The town deacon stands with his hands behind his back and thinks of 1497's Sudobnik and its promises, and how far a promise gets when winter has opinions. He thinks also of the annexing of Novgorod in 1478, and of how memory can be a border that refuses to admit it has moved. He keeps these to himself, because this is not a lecture, and he is not foolish. What is done with this? The older clerk asks. The hearth woman looks at the old man. The old man looks at the boy. The boy swallows and speaks. We kept it covered. We opened it when the three signs met. He lists them as if reciting a catechism. No wind at night. Hoar frost on the south fence at dawn. One crow's call at the cattle hour. The older clerk's mouth twitches, not unkindly. He writes, and now? The town deacon asks. The old man answers, simple. Now it holds ash. He does not add, and a memory of a hand and a nail that learned our rooms, and the quiet of a door that did not slam. The inquiry could end here. The older clerk closes the small chest and lifts its seal gently, as if tired of being the hand that makes facts into law. But a voice at the back, the kind of voice that always belongs to a cousin of somebody who likes to be heard, offers an accusation shaped like a favor. If law is here, the voice says, then ask about the girl near the mill. The room turns. The girl he means stands halfway into the crowd, a scarf over hair, a palm pressed flat against the bench, as if wood steadies more honestly than breath. Her mother's face hardens in the way a face does when it chooses which part to protect first. The town deacon's eyes narrow, not with suspicion, but with care. What? He asks. Should we ask? She drew the hut, the cousin says, already enjoying the way a sentence can make a door turn. On the mill's frost. It came later. The girl does not look away. I draw, she says. I draw roofs. I draw doorways. I draw paths that do not lose themselves. Why? The younger clerk asks before the older can stop him. Because my brother is afraid at night, she answers, and the room shuffles its weight toward her without meaning to. The town deacon looks at the frost line on the chapel window and lets theology take the night off. Show, the older clerk says, not a command so much as a hope that a demonstration will give him something to write that will not ruin anyone. They go to the mill. Its stones rest under snow like the shoulders of a broad man asleep. The frost on the north wall has the right kind of skin for a picture. The girl takes a stick, breathes on the spot until a circle of her own weather appears, and draws. She does not make the legs too long or the door too friendly. She sketches smoke that turns just slightly against the not wind. She steps back. The boy watches the line of her drawing and feels a prickle at his scalp, as if a thought has remembered his name. They wait with that same shared attention that turned the bell into a shy relative. It is late afternoon. Light has decided to be a miser. For a moment, nothing happens, and the older clerk feels the relief of a man who will be allowed to write, "Imprudence of youth, admonished." Then a crow lands on the mill's wheel and gives one syllable that is not exactly a call and not exactly a cough. The frost lines along the drawn roof glisten a shade brighter and then go dull. The girl shivers, not with cold, and sets the stick down as if ending a polite conversation. The older clerk decides mercy and writes, "Drawing removed, counsel given." The younger clerk writes, "Girl skill at frost, mill wall cleared." The town deacon says to the girl, in that tone men use when they find the exact weight of a sentence, "Keep your lines for paper." The old man adds gently, "And for your brother. Draw him doors that face him." At dusk, they assemble in the izba for the formal words. The seal thumps the table. The felt-wrapped bell remains wrapped. The verdict is the kind a country gives when it wants commerce to keep working and children to keep sleeping. The charms are ordered, local household customs, not to be paraded in marketplaces as marvels, nor used to frighten neighbors. The bell's single notes are phenomena, no blame assigned. The box is wood of unknown purpose, to be kept by the elders and not displayed. The apple, to the clerk's credit, earns a line that does not sneer. Fruit preserved beyond season, household matter. The girl receives a warning with a blessing tucked inside. Do not draw on public walls. The militia reclaim their spears. The clerks warm their hands before the stove one last time. They eat soup that tastes of forgiveness and nettles. Before the sled leaves, the older clerk lingers at the chapel door. He places 2 fingers on the rope, not to pull, but to remind it that men are still here. He looks at the village with a gaze that may never become affection, but has stopped being suspicion. "What would you have done?" he asks their deacon quietly. "If I had had to write a harder word." Their deacon answers in the grammar of this parish. "Iron and ash first," he says, "then bread. Then we talk. On the ride out, the sled's runners sing their thin song again. In the dark beyond the birches, something shifts its weight with courtesy. The bell does not ring. The widow shades her lantern anyway, because good manners please both the living and the watcher at the tree line. Night reclaims the lanes. Houses remember to be persons. The iron nail under the orchard keeper's shelf holds its warmth a little longer than iron ought to, then gives it back to ash the way a guest returns a cup clean, placed where it was found. The strip of cloth on the chair does not wander. On the plate, Around the patient apple, the 3 rye seeds keep their perfect triangle, as if a hand that likes order has rested near them and will again. The boy lies awake and replays the day as if it were a fable with chores. He thinks of the town seal, red sinking into brown. He thinks of the frost-drawn roof brightening and dulling, as if a roof somewhere found its pulse and then, modest, hid it. He thinks of the elder clerk's we. He thinks of the question that will keep arriving in different clothes. Who is guest and who is host when a door learns to walk? Outside, a crow makes that soft comma of wing. In the lane, snow leans toward thaw and changes its mind. On the chapel beam, a bell rests like a tired sentence, content to be silent until a single word is necessary. And in the white at the edge of the birches, a roof line faces away for now, as if granting the village the dignity of closing its own doors. Tonight, the thaw returns like an apology that doesn't quite know what it's sorry for. It slides in overnight, pooling along the edges of fences, loosening the grip of ice in the wheel ruts. The air smells faintly of wet bark and iron nails that have forgotten their rust for a day. Even the crows sound different. Not joyful exactly, but less suspicious. The boy wakes to the sound of dripping, and for a moment he thinks it is the bell again. But the rhythm is too irregular, like someone pacing in a cramped room. He pushes the shutter open and sees the orchard's snow sagging into hollows, the branches darkening where the melt has touched them. In the distance, a shape moves. Not tall enough for a man, not quick enough for a fox. It pauses at the edge of the birches, the way a visitor might pause before knocking. Then it is gone. By midday, the lane is a slow-moving stream in places. Women lift their skirts above their boots. Men lay planks across the worst stretches, and children take turns trying to float sticks from one puddle to another. The air feels lighter in the lungs, but the old man walks with more care, as though he expects the ground to betray him. The widow's lantern hangs by her door, unlit. She is mending a torn sleeve, needle moving with a precision that says she is thinking of something else entirely. The boy notices her eyes flick now and then toward the apple on the orchard keeper's plate. The rye seeds are still there, perfectly spaced. That evening, the hearth woman gathers a small group in the big izba. The old man, the widow, the boy, and the orchard keeper. She spreads a cloth on the table, the rough weave catching on her rings. "It's time to decide," she says, not bothering to explain what about. They all know. The question is whether to answer. The hut, the bell, the prints in the snow, all of it has been patient. But patience can be a kind of asking. The old man says nothing at first. He picks up one of the rye seeds, rolls it between his fingers, and sets it back exactly where it was. "If we call it, it will come closer," he says at last. "And if we don't?" the widow asks. "It will still come," the hearth woman answers, "but not as a guest." The orchard keeper leans forward. "Then we should meet it halfway. A path is easier to walk when both ends agree on it." They decide to make a sign. Not a charm, not a trap. Something in between. The hearth woman will set it before dawn, where the lane meets the birches. It will be an invitation with no words, only shape and scent. Before bed, the boy slips outside. The moon is thin and cold, the kind of light that doesn't bother to touch the ground. He walks to the chapel and stands under the bell. It is silent, but he imagines he can feel it listening. The next morning, the hearth woman rises before the roosters. She takes a small basket, a slice of bread, a sprig of dried nettle, 3 drops of honey on a shard of birch bark. She carries it to the lane's end, where the snow is still clean. She places the bread in the center, the nettle on top, the honey last. Then she steps back and waits until her breath fades. By midday, the bread is gone. The nettle remains. The honey is untouched. But there, pressed into the snow beside it, is a single mark. Not a footprint, not a paw print. More like the bottom edge of a door, drawn perfectly straight, as if it rested there just long enough to remember the place. The boy is the first to see it. He doesn't tell anyone until evening, when the light is already thinning. When he does, the old man nods once. It's not asking permission anymore, he says. It's telling us which way it's facing. That night, the bell gives 2 notes, low and even. No one tries to explain them. The apple stays on its plate. The rye seeds do not move. In the dark, somewhere between the birches and the stream, a roofline tilts. Listening, snow falls again, sudden and without warning, as if the sky has decided that the thaw was an error. By dawn, the tracks of yesterday are gone, erased so neatly that the lane looks unused. The orchard trees stand like thin-limbed sentries, their branches holding more white than seems possible. The air is muffled. Every word spoken outdoors feels stolen from a quieter place. The boy wakes to find frost, not only on the inside of his window, but in a faint line across the floorboards, running from the door to the stove. He crouches, touching it with one finger. It doesn't melt. He follows it to where the stove's side wall meets the floor. There, in the shadow, is a small scrap of bark, birch, pale and curling at the edges. Someone has scratched 3 short lines into it. He carries it to the old man, who takes one look and says, "Legs." The boy frowns. "Like walking?" "Like waiting," the old man replies. By mid-morning, the hearth woman gathers a group again. The bark sits in the center of the table, the scratches facing up. The deacon arrives last, brushing snow from his shoulders. "I dreamed of a door last night," he says before sitting. "It was too small to walk through, but I went anyway." The widow glances at the bark. "And I woke up," the deacon says simply. The orchard keeper clears his throat. "Dream or no dream, this is still the same conversation we had last week. It's asking something. The only question is if we answer before the snow melts again." They decide to keep watch that night, not from the houses, but from the chapel. Its view of the birches is narrow but direct. If the hut comes close, it will have to pass through that line. After dark, they gather there. The hearth woman, the old man, the widow, the boy, and the orchard keeper. The bell is silent, its rope swaying slightly in the draft. A single lantern burns, set on the floor so its light won't carry far. The hours pass without sound, but for the shifting of boots and the occasional creak of the chapel walls. Snow drifts against the door, piling higher. It's the boy who sees it first. A movement in the dark just beyond the birches. Not the hut itself, but its shadow, stretching across the snow as if the moonlight had been pulled into shape. The shadow stops at the lane's end. Then something changes. It bends, as though the hut has lowered itself. The bell rings once, not loud, but deep enough to feel in the ribs. No one moves. From the darkness, a shape detaches. Not the hut, but a figure. It walks slowly toward the chapel, leaving no prints. The boy recognizes the way it moves. That glide, more like slipping between moments than walking through space. It stops just outside the circle of lantern light. No one speaks. Then, without warning, it raises its hand and points, not at the group, but at the chapel's south wall. The old man's voice is quiet. "It's showing us where the door will be." The figure lowers its hand. It stands for a moment longer, then turns and glides back toward the birches. The shadow of the hut shifts, the roofline tilting once before it fades into the deeper dark. They wait in silence for the bell, but it doesn't ring again. In the morning, they find the mark, a straight-edged indentation at the base of the south wall, no wider than a plank, clean of snow. The bark scrap with the 3 lines is gone from the table. The orchard keeper exhales through his teeth. It's closer. The boy doesn't answer. He's looking at the south wall and wondering for the first time if a door can open from both sides at once. The bell has always belonged to the village the way a scar belongs to skin. Noticed most when the weather changes. It hangs under the chapel eaves, iron gone the color of rain cloud, rope worn smooth at a child's hand height, lip notched where some winter past a falling branch tried to turn it mute. The boy has known its honest voices since he knew his mother's. He can tell the difference between the call to water a fire and the call to water a throat. What he cannot learn, what no one can, is the one-note language the bell uses when it chooses to speak without being touched. It speaks the morning after the mark appears at the chapel's south wall. One low syllable steps out into the cold, neither requesting nor warning. A simple statement, like a foot placed across a threshold. The boy and the old man are already outside, heads tilted to the same angle. They watch the way. Sound seems to make a small valley in the air and then smooth itself. The deacon, who sleeps close when worry sits with him, is first to the rope. He puts his hand on the coarse twist, not to pull, but to lay claim to this world in the presence of whatever the other is. The rope feels warm from heat hiding in the fibers, a trick of nerves perhaps. He thinks of the bell's cousin in far-off Novgorod, the one the chronicles say was removed in 1478, when the Vecha, the People's Assembly, was silenced and the city's voice was led away like a criminal. A bell can be punished, a court once decided. A bell can be banished. He keeps that thought behind his teeth. His parish is too small for rhetoric. They begin to keep count. The old man cuts a notch in a strip of birch. For each day the bell speaks on its own. The boy marks the hour in charcoal on the izba lintel, not exact, but honest. First wood, mid-morning, cattle hour, dusk. The hearth woman notes the weather each time, wind or no wind, frost or thaw, nettle smoke present or absent. They do this not because they are certain a pattern will appear, but because patterns make winter obedient. On the 3rd day, the bell speaks twice in close succession, so near together that the 2nd note seems to grow from the first, like a sprout from an old root. The widow shades her lantern and says nothing, etiquette for moments that might decide what kind of village you are. On the 5th day, the bell speaks once at cattle hour and again when the first star shows itself like a silver tack through gray cloth. On the 7th, nothing. Even refusals teach. Bells, the deacon tells the boy one afternoon while they polish the lip with fat and flannel, ring for births and deaths, for fire and flood, for marriage, for war. They ring to fetch a doctor. They ring to frighten wolves. They ring because iron wants to sing, and men, being practical, hired it to shout instead. There are monasteries, he adds, where a rule assigns each hour a bell, each bell a tone, each tone of virtue. He smiles dryly. We have one bell. It prefers discretion. The old man, overhearing, adds a story that gives the deacon company rather than correction. In 1543, he says, dating a memory by the feel of the winter that year, a monk wrote to a cousin near Skov, complaining that the little handbell used for processions took to ringing itself at dusk, and the cousin wrote back, telling him to eat more cabbage and less rumor. The monk didn't write again that winter. Perhaps the bell and the cabbage agreed to call a truce. Perhaps the monk learned which sounds a man keeps and which he sets at the door like a basin for weather. Word of the bell's habit spreads along roads that take news more faithfully than grain. A clerk in the district town attempts a letter that says, in elegant ink, that bells which ring without permission are subject to removal under the kind of rule a clerk writes when he wants a winter to be impressed. But the letter fails to find a rider. The roads are sulking. The clerk's wife knots red over her lintel and pours him hot nettle tea with a face that instructs him to let the parish keep its bell. In the lanes, children learn to play one note the way other children elsewhere play soldier. They stand beneath the eaves, and without touching, they close their eyes and try to conjure a tone. When nothing happens, which is always, they shriek with relief. The hearthwoman scolds them kindly and sends them to carry salt. The boy joins them once and then stops, not because he disapproves, but because he has learned that some kinds of calling work backward. The more you ask, the less you deserve to hear. On a night when frost writes white lashes on the south-facing fence, a kind of humor the weather loves, the bell speaks in a way none of them have felt before. It strikes not the air, but bone. The boy feels it in the hinge of his jaw, in the small, crowded place where teeth meet. The widow sets her lantern down fast, as if told to sit. The orchard keeper, crossing the lane, stops mid-step with his foot suspended, a posture that would embarrass a younger man, and only lowers it after the sound has wandered away. Listen to the wall, the old man says. He means the chapel's south wall, where the 40-night-old straight-edged mark lies clean of snow like a breath withheld. They press their palms to timbers that remember 1,000 ordinary touches. Under the ordinary, a thinner beat persists. Not sound, not tremor, more like the way a house quietly announces its willingness to stand another winter. Door, the boy whispers. He hears it, and because he hears it, he believes it. The others do not argue. From the birches, too far to see, the quiet has a quality that feels like a thing with knees bending. The deacon proposes something that surprises even him in its lack of piety. Take the clapper out. Not to deny it, he says quickly, catching the hearthwoman's eye. To test it. If it speaks without a tongue, we will know it wants us to hear. If it stops, we will know it desired our hand all along. The old man approves. Winter loves a trial that makes clear which partner leads. They climb the rope and untie the strap that holds the clapper. Iron drops to palm with that gravity only true metal has. They wrap it in the widow's cloth with the red edge and lay it on the altar, a little violation everyone agrees to forgive because the knight is interested in their manners. They wait 3 days. No one pulls the rope. The children are sworn to games that do not include experiments. The bell remains a naked mouth. On the second day at cattle hour, the deacon is there alone, sweeping thaw grit from the sill when the mouth speaks. The sound is less iron and more wind, but it occupies the same space. It leaves the same neat line down his back. He kneels without deciding to, not the way one kneels to a doctrine, but the way one kneels to tie a boot before a long walk. When he tells the others, the hearth woman accepts it as a fact. The old man grins at the bell with the admiration an old hunter reserves for a fox who knows every ditch. The widow polishes the lantern glass with a sleeve, and does not say that walls become doors, and bells become mouths, and winter becomes the kind of storyteller who admits punchlines only when the soup is ready. A young magistrate's man, not the gentle bearded one who learned manners here, hears of the clapperless voice and arrives with an arrogance rolled tight as a new rope. He brings a small hammer as if to remind everyone that iron bends. "If it isn't held to law," he announces at the chapel threshold, "it will be held to silence." It is bravado born of the kind of fear men wear when they feel life will judge them later for not being decisive at an interesting time. The deacon gestures him in. The old man sits on the broom bench and hums a note that might be approval and might be a warning to future foolishness. The boy watches the man place the hammer under the bell mouth, like a schoolmaster preparing to rap knuckles. Nothing happens, which is both justice and education. The man waits a proper time. Halfway through his own patience, a crow on the roof drops a feather that skates down the bell's curve and catches for an instant on the bare lip. The man's eyes widen, then narrow. He strikes the hammer lightly against the bell out of sheer nerves, and hears nothing but the honest dull of struck iron that has no clapper to argue for it. He lowers the hammer as one lowers an opinion after winter provides better ones. The hearthwoman shows him the altar, the wrapped clapper resting like an old prisoner granted house arrest. He mutters and leaves with dignity, fraying in an accurate pattern. 3 lanes later, he turns to make sure no one is watching. The boy watches and feels, surprisingly, no triumph, only the relief of having failed to add ugliness. They put the clapper back the next day because the experiment has said what a good experiment says. Not everything new deserves to stay. The bell speaks once as they tie the leather, a punctuation mark consented to by all parties. That night, as if satisfied by the village's civility, the bell begins to offer answers. When 3 rye seeds are set around the apple on the plate as before, and a 4th is added and then instantly removed, the bell speaks once if the seeds sit, and twice if a hand moves near. The boy plays the game carefully, seeing if the heir's appetite is for rule or for mischief. It is for neither. It is for attention. When a door is rubbed with ash and the brushwork goes clockwise, the bell says nothing. When it goes widdershins, the bell speaks once. Not a rebuke, merely a notice. I heard you try to confuse what counts. No one claims to steer it, and perhaps that is why the bell rewards them. If a woman stands under it with washing still wet and pretends loud cheerfulness in a voice designed for children, the bell keeps quiet. If she stands with her back to it and lets grief drop out of her mouth like a stone into a well, the bell gives one note so tender even the clerk in town would struggle to make a law against it. History throws in its own observation, as if wanting to be part of the story. Men passing through speak of a bad year in the South where, after the Great Fire of 1547, Moscow saw bells pulled down and renamed, their tones disciplined to a new calendar of sorrow and victory. A trader tells how in 1549 a reform-minded priest scolded a bell for being rung during a market quarrel, and the bell's answer was to crack from lip to crown 3 winters later during a thunderstorm that had traveled north like advice. The old man nods at such reports, the way one nods at an uncle's letters. Fond, skeptical, aware of how far messages bend. Closer to home, the bell participates in small mercies. It rings once just before the kiln stones shift and throw back a parting warmth that keeps a lamb alive under a blanket. It rings during a carding of nettles when fingers would otherwise prick too deep from inattention. It rings when a peddler tries to sell rust as tin and stops ringing when the deacon raises one eyebrow. Women claim, but not loudly, that it rings when bread is done to the crumb. Men sworn to seriousness claim, equally not loudly, that it rings when the conversation in the big isba is about to teeter from opinion into harm. A habit forms. When the bell speaks, people do not look at each other first. They look at doors. It is not superstition. It is grammar. The south wall mark lies clean. The orchard keeper's cloth with the red edge draped over the chair does not shift. The strip of birch with 3 short lines has not returned. But the boy finds another bit of bark in his pocket one morning, after he has not been to the birches. A slip he could swear he did not put there, scored once with a straight groove like the bottom of a door measuring. "Is it warning?" the widow asks one evening, spoon tapping once against her bowl. "Or wishing?" The old man shrugs a winter shrug. "Some bells are alarms, some are invitations. Our bell is the kind that reminds a house which person it belongs to." There is a story the old man tells that the boy never tires of, perhaps because it has its own promise of law inside it. Novgorod had a bell to call the Veche, he says, and he names the date as if pinning a moth in a cabinet. 1478, when Ivan took the city's voice. They say men wept when the bell was taken as if it were a child. They say the bell cried too. He looks up at the parish mouth. Smaller, not political, all private. We keep ours not for assemblies grander than soup and planting. We keep it because time is less rude when it is timed. The deacon smiles into his lap at this sound theology disguised as mischief. On a breathless night when even the hedges seem to be holding still, the bell speaks at an hour not in anyone's count. A thin, quick note like a fingertip tapping a pane. The boy is awake. He hears it and sits up with that clean fear the body makes when it is told to move without yet being told where. He dresses, throws a cloak, and goes out. The village has been cued by the same finger, doors open with quiet economy. Lanterns are shaded. Eyes have the same sheen. The south wall of the chapel is the color of pewter in that hour. Beneath the neat, door-width indentation lies a new mark. 3 shallow crescents, like the faint impression of claws that meant more to test than to claim. "Tracks within a threshold," the hearthwoman says softly. Her voice carries respect, not alarm. "What would you have done?" the old man asks the boy without irony. "If the door had been open?" The boy lets his breath out slow. He answers with the honesty the old man's questions always win from him. "Spoken the phrase," he says, "and hope to hear please." The widow nods, pleased by the boy's simple insistence on courtesy as a kind of armor. A wind stirs that is not a wind. It feels more like the aftermath of something that has just moved. The bell does not speak again. The hut shape is not visible, but every birch leans exactly the amount a careful observer would need to draw a roofline in his mind. The apple on the plate is firm. The 3 rye seeds keep their triangle. The iron nail on the shelf holds the day's little heat. They stand until standing becomes a statement. Then they do the thing a parish does better than miracles. They go home and lay iron in ash and tie red over the lintel and tuck bread in cloth and place a child's cold feet in their palms until they feel like future again. The bell says nothing. which is also a kind of language. Before sleep, the deacon writes in a book that is only for him, an account full of dates that do not argue, with margins that let folklore lean lightly without smearing. He notes, "Bell speaks without clapper, 3 days tested. Villagers count, miscount is rule, no quarrel today. Lanterns shaded. South wall shows trace-like claws, no depth, no harm." He adds, "Because mercy is also record, soup good." He closes the book and sets it under the handbell with the cracked lip, as if one instrument might tutor another indiscretion. And then, as if the night, like a good host, has waited until the house has made itself peaceful, the bell gives one last syllable. It is so soft the boy could pretend it was a hinge shifting, but the rope sways a finger's width. The lip trembles, and in the birches something with knees bends and rises, counting itself ready. The sound drains from the air. In its place a stillness stands that feels like the instant before a latch lifts. The first thaw of late winter does not arrive with warmth, it arrives with sound. Snow shifts in the hollows like old linen being folded. Water runs under ice in thin, secret corridors. Roof edges drip into frozen ruts, each drop finding a rhythm it will keep until the sun decides to change the tune. In the Slavic north, this is the season when doors open just wide enough to let steam out and news in. And news is what comes walking down the track from the district town, carried in the coat of the same gentle bearded magistrate's man who once listened to the bell with more respect than orders. He does not bring a command this time. He brings a folded parchment, sealed in wax too hastily to cool smooth. "For the parish," he says, giving it to the deacon with a shrug that means read it, but decide for yourselves. The writing is in the hand of someone who has heard of the bell's habits and would like to explain them without losing face. It speaks of acoustic anomalies and seasonal contraction of metals, and it ends with the polite fiction that all reports of unbidden ringing are valued contributions to the study of provincial life. No one laughs. They have learned that letters from the outside world are best treated like strangers at the gate, welcomed if they bring bread, tolerated if they bring opinion. The deacon folds the parchment and lays it under the bell's rope. The bell does not react. It has its own schedule. That night, it speaks at the hour between dog bark and rooster call, a single note that feels stretched long inside the listener's ribs. The boy wakes from a dream of a forest path so narrow it could be mistaken for the space between two standing people. He goes outside barefoot, because in the dream his feet made no prints, and he wants to see if waking will be different. The snow accepts him, keeps his shape. Lanterns glow in only 3 windows, the hearth woman's, the old man's, the widow's. All 3 stand outside within a minute, as if the bell has rung inside their bones instead of over their heads. At the south wall of the chapel, the mark remains the same, the clean-edged door shape, the shallow claw-like crescents below. But something new waits above eye level, a single twig of rowan wedged between 2 beams, its berries dried black but still clinging. Rowan is not common here. It grows better along the southern roads. The hearth woman reaches up to take it down, then stops. "Let it be," the old man murmurs. "If a guest leaves a gift at your threshold, you don't throw it out before morning." The boy wonders aloud whether this is a charm left for them or a charm left for her, the one the stories call Baba Yaga, the forest witch whose name is spoken with as much practicality as fear. The old man's answer is slow. Sometimes the same gift can be both. 3 nights later, they learn the rowan's purpose. A traveler from the south, a woman selling cloth, takes shelter in the village. She sees the twig in passing, crosses herself, and spits over her shoulder. Against the hag, she says, voice pitched low. In my home, they tie rowan above the door so she cannot cross. Even she has rules. She will say no more, and no one presses. This talk of rules sets the boy thinking. If the bell is tied to the witch in some way, a herald, a warning, a boundary marker, then perhaps the pattern of its speech can be read like the steps of a dance. He begins to keep his own record, separate from the deacon's. His book is a scrap-bound bundle of birch bark, each sheet scored with marks for the day, the hour, the weather, and what the bell's tone felt like. Sharp, soft, deep, quick. He draws small signs for what people were doing when it rang. Churning butter, chopping wood, whispering by the hearth. Some entries are paired with strange events. One morning after a dawn note, every loaf in the oven bakes through 5 minutes earlier than it should. One dusk after a midday note, the smoke from the chimneys drifts toward the birch stand instead of the open fields. A wind shift no one feels on their faces. The magistrate's man stays a week longer than his errand requires, because the roads are bad, though the boy suspects he simply wants to hear the bell for himself. He does, twice, and each time his face wears the expression of a man trying to decide whether to be impressed or unnerved. On the day he leaves, he tells the deacon, "If this were my district, I'd have it pulled down and studied." The deacon answers with the politeness that hides true refusal. If it were your district, perhaps it would behave differently. Winter loosens further. The snow becomes glass over black earth. In the thaw mist, voices carry farther than they should, and twice the boy hears his name spoken in a woman's tone, though no one is near. The second time, the bell answers. One low note, as if telling the air it has overstepped. That night, the boy dreams of a hut with walls made of pine logs that creak like old knees, standing on legs too large to belong to any bird he knows. The hut turns slowly, as if considering whether to face him or turn its back. In its shadow, a figure bends over a mortar, pestle moving in slow circles. Her head lifts, not to look at him, but to listen to the bell ringing somewhere deep inside the forest. When he wakes, there is frost on the inside of his window, traced in lines like the grain of pine. In the yard, the bell sways without sound, but from the forest edge, the faintest echo comes, not of the bell, but of its rhythm, answered in a lower voice. No one speaks of it in the morning. But the old man leaves a dish of milk at the chapel threshold, and the hearthwoman hangs a scrap of red cloth on the south wall's beam. The deacon does not object. Sometimes, even in a Christian village, one makes offerings not from belief, but from respect for the old agreements that keep the dark parts of the forest where they belong. The bell says nothing that day, which in its own way is also an answer. By the first week of March, the ground has begun to smell of itself again. That deep, cold, loam scent rising under the thin crust of snow. Ice no longer holds the stream still, and the trickle is loud enough to be heard from the chapel steps. The boy finds it strange that such an ordinary sound feels almost intrusive now, after months of winter's muffled rule. The mark on the chapel's south wall has not faded, though the snow around it has sunk and crusted. Each time the sun softens the edge, a new frost comes to sharpen it again. The rowan twig remains in place above it, berries now shriveled into tiny beads of black. One morning, the old man tells the boy a story as they walk the lane. "Long ago," he says, "the forest had its own gates. They could open anywhere, but only when called from both sides. That's why some places feel different under your feet, or why your breath shows when the air is warm. It means a gate stood there once, and might again." He does not look at the south wall as he says it, but the boy knows that's the gate he means. That same day, a stranger arrives from the east, a peddler with a cart no bigger than a child's bed, drawn by a goat. She wears 3 scarves in clashing colors and carries the smell of road dust and smoke. She asks no questions about the bell, though she glances at it twice with the quickness of someone recognizing an old adversary. She trades small copper charms for bread and salt. One is shaped like a hen's foot, another like a crooked hut. When the boy asks about the hut, she says only, "Some doors open inward, some outward, some both at once." That night, the bell rings not from the chapel, but from the forest. The sound is fainter, as if coming through a sleeve of cloth, but it is the same tone, a low, steady note that holds until the listener's own breath has to break it. The village wakes in pieces. Lamps flare in windows, boots scrape in snow. The hearth woman steps outside without a coat, hair loose, eyes fixed on the birch line. The old man follows with a lantern but does not light it. From between 2 of the thicker trunks, a glow appears. It is not firelight, too pale, too steady, and it moves with the care of something carrying its own weather. It pauses just past the birches, and for a moment the snow there shines as though lit from below. Then the glow fades and the forest is black again. In the morning, the boy and the old man walk to the place. There is no glow, no footprint, but the snow is crusted over in a perfect circle, as if it had melted and refrozen while no one was looking. In the circle's center is a single apple, its skin unblemished, its color the deep red of autumn before the frost. They bring it back to the hearth woman, who looks at it without touching. "This is not for us," she says. "It's for the one behind the door." The deacon, when told, frowns. "Then why leave it where we could find it?" "Because," the hearthwoman says, "we are the door. The apple is placed on the plate beside the rye seeds. None of them rot, though days pass. The snow sinks lower in the lane, but the circle in the birches remains perfect, the crust unbroken. Toward the end of the week, the bell rings again, once from the chapel, once from the forest. The 2 notes close enough together to feel like call and answer. That night, the boy dreams of walking between 2 lines of birches, so even they could be mistaken for pillars. At the far end, the crooked hut waits, legs folded under it like a resting bird. In the dream, the door is already open, and the light inside smells of nettle tea and ash. When he wakes, his pillow is cold, as though someone has just stood from it. Outside, the mark on the south wall has deepened, not in size, but in shadow. It seems to lean inward now, toward the darkness it might one day open onto. The order arrives with hooves, not the jingle and jolt of peddlers, not the homely creak of sled runners. This is the measured thunder of horses that belong to a state. It comes at first light, on a day when frost makes lace out of every fence top, and the stream sings too loudly for its size. The boy hears it before he sees it, and slips his palm to the latch, feeling, as he has learned to feel, the way a door thinks about opening. 4 riders, then 6, then a sleigh flanked by 2 more. Their coats are trimmed with fur that has not known smoke. Their gloves are stamped with a pattern of the double-headed eagle, and their faces carry that exhausting look of men who have slept among maps. At the sleigh's front, a standard, not large, not ostentatious, just enough cloth to declare that this errand belongs to Moscow and that questions will be asked in the grammar of law. The year is 1550, the first spring after Ivan has ordered a new sodobnik, a revised law code, and the men who arrive in the village wear that date like an invisible badge. We sort provinces into rules now. We bring the center to the edges. The leader steps down from the sleigh and returns his breath to the morning as if it were a debt. He is not old. His beard is tight around his jaw, like a deliberate shadow. When he lifts his right hand to pull off a glove, the palm shows a small scar, perfect and round, the size of the rim of a shot quart, the kind of mark a man gets when he tries to touch iron before it has truly remembered it is no longer fire. He does not announce himself as boyars do. He says only, "From the palace," and hands the deacon a folded letter whose seal holds a familiar wax red. They gather in the big izba because roofs, not titles, decide where talk makes sense. The hearth woman wipes her hands on her apron and makes room at the table by setting iron into ash the way she always does when men with hard faces come to ask sharp questions. Someone should be cooling, if only a nail. The old man takes the bench near the window where he can watch the south line of birches and the chapel roof at once. The widow's lantern does not burn. Daylight does its own work, and yet it sits on the table like a small witness. The letter, the boy cannot help peeking, is written in a court hand on paper, thick with official self-respect. He catches only a few proper nouns, Moskva and Sudebnik and Kolokol, bell. The rest is a ribbon of words the deacon reads without moving his lips, translating quickly in the language of men who understand that parchment can be both shield and sword. A commission, the deacon murmurs, folding the sheet. From the prikaz, he adds, an office, to inquire into phenomena that disturb worship, trade, and levy. The leader of the party, hearing his work named kindly, nods. Ivan Vasilievich wants quiet, he says, using the Tsar's patronymic with a loyalty that is not quite love. Bells that speak, doors that draw crowds, houses that will not agree to stay. His glance moves to the old man. Stories do not pay tax. The old man smiles as if posed a riddle and rewarded with porridge. Sometimes they keep the cows alive, he says, and lets the line sit there between the eagle and the iron. The boy feels something ease in him, a beam set true. The commission brings 3 kinds of men, a clerk with fingers ink blue to the nail and eyes set for columns, a bell founder's assistant with forearms gnarled like oak roots, and a leather roll of tools that smell of smoke and river silt, a physician in a black cap who calls himself a lecher and carries a small brass box that clicks when he opens it, as if full of bugs that live on care. Behind them are 3 streltsy, the new musketeers formed this year, 1550, their halberds tidy at their shoulders, their beards plaited in the way a uniform looks for faces. They stand by the door and pretend to be furniture that can bite. The physician asks about fevers and ergot and vapor in grain. His words weigh the air like spices in a merchant's palm. He asks to see the apple that will not rot, the cloth with the red-edged hem left on a chair by no one they will name, the rowan twig wedged above the chapel's south wall. He checks tongues and pupils, not because he suspects plague, but because a map of bodies comforts him when roofs behave like people. When he is done, he cleans his fingertips on a rag in small, precise motions that make the boy think of a cat removing snow from its whiskers. The bell founder's assistant asks for the bell by name. Kolokol, he says, with a tenderness that belongs to an artisan and a threat that belongs to the state. He runs his thumb along the lip and finds the notch the falling branch carved last year. He lifts the tongue slightly and lets it fall back against iron, not ringing, but showing the joint his attention. He listens while not listening for the one-note voice they will not give him on command. He inspects the beam above the south wall, where a door shape has been pressed clean out of winter. He does not call it a door. He calls it a stress point, and notes, grudgingly impressed, that the household nails hammered into the sill hold tight. Ash cooled, he says, touching the smudge near one. Whoever did this knows patience. The hearth woman gives him one small nod. Artisans recognize their own humility. The clerk draws a feeble map on birch bark the old man provides. Lane, stream, kiln, chapel. He puts a square for the orchard and a circle for the birch stand and writes apple beside the circle, as if trees and fruit are shy cousins. He copies the witness lines in a fair hand. Bell speaks without hand. Prince begin, end. Hinge night. Girl draws roof. Soup. He looks up at the last word, embarrassed to have written it into law, and underlines it twice as if that will make it less domestic. Protocol, the leader says, in a voice as smooth as snow when it first falls, before boots rough it. We will conduct tests. We will find what moves air. If there is trickery, we will post a fine. If there is harm, we will remove what harms. If there is piety misplaced, we will correct it. If there is nothing, we will leave and write a long line that pleases Moscow and means little. The deacon bows his head a fraction, which here counts as consent. The old man shrugs as if to say, fine, name things. We will still have to live with them after the paper relaxes. The boy looks at the bell's rope and thinks of nights when the note arrived like a finger tapping the world's pain. They begin with what a palace can admit. The bell founder's assistant measures the bell's mouth, the curve of its lip, the thickness at throat and shoulder. He has the right to be proud. His master cast bells for Ivan's churches, and some say for the palace itself. He knows how bronze sings and sulks, how weather sharpens or fattens a note. He ties a thin cord to the tongue and pulls with a weight no heavier than a sparrow, pig-headed toward not sounding. The bell keeps its dignity. He smears a bit of fat along the lip to see if a whisper will replace a voice. The bell remains a mouth that keeps a secret. He tightens the bolt one turn, then loosens it two, the way men who live with metals like to learn their moods. He sets the cracked handbell under the larger mouth to see if one will teach the other to chatter. Nothing. He sighs, not with frustration so much as with the respect a man owes an object that refuses to be bullied when observed. The physician opens his brass box and takes out a small tube of glass and a feather from a crow's wing. At least that is what it looks like to the boy. He holds the feather near the bell's mouth and watches whether the wisps at the quill's tip stir. He mutters about currents, about how warm bodies and cold walls fight, about how perhaps someone left a door ajar at the wrong time and a draft had its opinion. The feather's wisps do not move. The rowan twig above the south wall does not fall. The apple on the plate near the kiln remains exactly its extravagant self. What would you have done? The old man asks the bell founder's assistant lightly, if it had sung for you. The assistant smiles, rueful, aware of being a man of iron standing before a piece of iron that prefers to cooperate with a village than with a trade. "Wrapped it," he says, and walked away before anyone thought I owned the sound. In the afternoon, the commission performs a second kind of test, one the law likes because it turns behavior into a document. They ask the hearth woman to do as she does. Rye counted wrong, iron brought to blush, and then taught to be patient in ash. Red thread in a knot even a child can untie, so that no one has to claim it is binding. She works in measured silence. The clerk writes, "domestic custom," whenever he cannot find a word his training will defend in Moscow. When the hearth woman is done and the room has had time to become the room that belongs to those habits, the bell speaks, not loud, not as if to rattle. It speaks like a friend at a doorway who says the name of the person inside, nothing more. One syllable, the kind you hear with your chest and refuse to pretend you did not. The Streltsy startle slightly and then cover the movement with coughs, as trained. The bell founder's assistant's knuckles go white around his awl. He releases it because workmen do not squeeze tools in fear. The physician looks up as if a patient's pulse has steadied, and he does not want to offend the fact by acknowledging it. The clerk writes with the serious attention of a man copying a vow. If the palace wanted spectacle, it will be disappointed. If it wanted proof that a village has sneaked a trick past church and state, it will be disappointed too. What it will get, if it reads its own clerk's lines, is a description of a bell that behaves when a room behaves. And that is not treason. The leader of the commission stands with his hands behind his back and considers the old man. He has been watching the old one's eyes, the way they flick to the south wall, not like a boy tracking a cat, but like a scribe checking a margin for a gloss. "And the door?" he asks. "Where you say there is not one," the old man does not contradict. "We say there is a threshold," he offers, "and that it behaves." He points at the neat door-wide indentation, at the shallow crescents below it like the score marks of testing claws. "We say that some places in the world tire of being places only, and for a breath, for a hinge night, for a request spoken with manners, they agree to be passage. Moscow does not write orders for that," the leader says, but his tone is not quite sarcasm. He gestures to the Streltsy. "Evidence," he says, and two of the halberd men step forward with a coarse cloth and a pot of chalky lime. The boy's belly hardens. He knows what this will feel like even if he has never seen it. The erasure of a witness in order to calm a map. They whitewash the south wall. They do it kindly. They do not smear in anger. They do not jeer. But they do it, and the line that has taught the village where to look disappears under a veil of honest lime. The rowan twig comes down for the wash and returns to its beam when it is done. The bell remains the same size and weight it was 15 minutes ago. The widow's lantern, polite, stays quiet on the table without flame. The hearthwoman watches the lime dry and says nothing. The old man hums a small note that the boy recognizes as grief disguised as a tune for children. The deacon places the cracked handbell on the sill. He does not ring it. He puts it there as a reminder to a room of the sound rooms have stored. The physician pockets his glass tube. The bell founder's assistant packs his tools into leather. With the tenderness of a man undressing before sleep, the leader signs the clerk's sheet at the bottom. Investigation made. No malefice detected. Bell's behavior noted. Threshold unremarkable after cleaning. Local customs registered as domestic, not proscribed. He sands the ink with a pinch of dust as if he were salting a soup he will not eat. He blows gently. He looks at the village as one looks at a field and tries to decide if it will yield under a new set of rules. They go to leave because leaving is part of the choreography. The state does not linger where certainty cannot be coaxed. The sleigh is loaded. The Streltsy place their halberds at ease. The bell keeps its mouth modest, and the south wall wears a fresh sheet of institutional white. The forest, which has been watching without blinking, takes its turn. The first sign is wind without wind. That slight, discerning shift the boy has begun to know. The way air seems to remember a body that stood in it last week. The second is the crow. One, dropping from a birch and banking so that its wingtip skims the lime and leaves the faintest gray arc. A line that is not a line so much as a suggestion that the world does not accept paper over everything. The third is the sound from the trees. Not a bell. A different metal. The boy is ashamed of his surprise when he recognizes it. The ring a pestle makes when it touches the rim of a mortar on purpose. Once, as if to get a cook's attention, the Streltsy pause in that peculiar military stillness that is refusal to be astonished. The bell founder's assistant looks toward the birches, as if a rival craft has entered his shop. The physician turns his head slightly, deciding whether this will appear in his casebook or in his prayer. From the white of the south wall, a shadow falls that does not belong to anything presently there. It is clean-edged. It is door-shaped. No one moved. The whitewash, it turns out, is not an argument the air cares to read. The leader does not bark orders because men like him are trained to dislike panic. He lifts a hand and sets it down again, empty of command. He has not been sent to fight a door. He whispers instead to the clerk, and the clerk writes nothing. He is staring at the place where lime refuses to accept anonymity. The hearth woman steps between the state and the wall. She carries no tool. She carries her posture, which is work. The old man stands at her shoulder like a conscience that has decided to be kind. The deacon comes to her other side and makes no sign with his fingers. He uses his body instead, the visible declaration that the care of a parish belongs to those who live and die there. The widow's lantern remains unlit on the table inside the izba, modest, useful, waiting. The boy cannot help thinking of it as a pupil undilated, making out the dark, guest first. The hearthwoman says, because rules are how you keep from falling in love with fear. The bell gives one syllable. That friend's voice at a threshold again. But this time, a second syllable arrives from the birches, lower, like a promise that merely notes. Yes, I have heard you. The pestle touches rim again, once, then silence. The leader of the commission does a beautiful human thing. He steps back, half a pace. He does it with dignity when he could have blustered. He knows when a room changes hands. From the white, the shadow deepens. Not out into 3 dimensions. No. The world does not flex that far under Moscow's eyes, but enough that everyone feels the temptation of it. The way you feel water reach your ankles before you have decided to wade. The boy's breath slows. He has been practicing this. Make time polite. It lasts the space of a measured prayer. Then, as if having made its point to all parties, the shadow thins, not gone, banked. The lime looks fresher than it did a minute ago, which is a joke even the state can enjoy later. The leader exhales. An ordinary man in an ordinary body. He looks at the deacon. We will write, he says, that we wash walls and walls stay washed. His mouth curves. And also that your bell is neighborly. The clerk, grateful to be told what pen to use, writes. The bell founder's assistant, as he climbs up the sleigh, pats the bell's rope the way a farewell is sometimes a pact. The physician tucks his brass box under his cloak and says to the hearth woman, in the tone of one profession to another, if fever comes, send a boy. If a voice comes when no one stands there, send a woman who knows thresholds. She nods and wipes ash on her palm, an unguarded habit. He does not flinch. They leave. The Streltsy's hooves trim long sentences down to hoofbeats. The sleigh runners sing a thin steel song the kiln remembers. The eagle on the standard folds to a dot at the lane's end. The village stands in the clean silence that follows a polite departure. They do not cheer. They tidy. The hearthwoman checks the nail in ash, still honest. The old man puts his palm to the whitewashed wall and feels, beneath the chalk and lime and plank and winter, that other shallow pulse, as steady as a careful drum. The deacon puts the cracked handbell back on the shelf and does not move it for a day. The widow carries her lantern out to set it in the dusk and shades it so it does not brag. The boy goes to the orchard keeper's window to see whether the apple has changed. It has not. The 3 rye seeds remain at their points. The iron nail near the plate holds a little warmth longer than iron should, then gives it to ash the way a well-brought-up guest returns a borrowed cup clean. They eat soup. It tastes of nettle and barley and the mild triumph of not having made anyone angrier than necessary. Someone tells the story of the Veitch bell again, how Novgorod's voice was taken in 1478, and this time the old man adds a new line. Some bells are bound to cities, some to parishes, some to thresholds. All of them, in the end, belong to the people who listen. Night falls cleanly, which is to say, the edges of things are easy to name. The boy lies on his pallet and traces with a finger the pattern frost made on the shutter, a grain like pine. He thinks of the Tsar's new sudebnik and of how law can be a fence when it remembers to keep the wolves out, and a trap when it pretends not to like doors. He thinks of the leader's half-step back. He thinks, with a fierce, relieved affection, of the bell's good manners. Before he sleeps, a sound reaches him. Not bell, not pestle. Hooves. Soft. Untaxed by armor or intent. He sits up and goes to the door. He unlatches it as if his hand and the wood have spent years learning each other's pauses. In the lane, at the bend by the birches, where white keeps its secrets until walk time, stands a mare. Not the shaggy brown of work, white, not snow white. Cream turned toward moon, with a mane like wind tidied for a visit. She stands with one foreleg bent, the hoof barely kissing snow, as if the ground is an instrument and she is thinking whether to play. Her breath comes in even clouds. She looks at the chapel, not at him. The rowan twig above the south wall looks like a note pinned to a sheet. The boy whispers, in case some things require being asked with courtesy. Guest first? The mare flicks an ear. The bell does not ring. A crow shifts on a branch and declines to comment. The iron in ash cools a fraction more toward honesty. The mare lifts her head, turns once, not turning away, turning toward a path he cannot see yet. And the snow takes her prints like a promise it intends to keep. He shuts the door because doors, in this village, are people with their own right to choose. He lies down and carries into sleep the image of that pale leg bent, that deliberate hoof, that breath in air that belongs to anyone brave enough to make it. Outside, the south wall brightens where lime was smoothed, an optical trick the old man will not bother to explain in the morning. The forest leans the amount it must to be polite, and at the birch edge, a curve of track holds light a little longer than the rest of the lane, as if dusk has decided to sit there and watch what shape a horse might be when a door is learning how to open from both sides at once. The mare does not return the next morning, but her presence lingers the way the smell of iron lingers after rain, invisible, yet undeniable. By midday, even the orchard keeper remarks that the snow where her hooves pressed seems slower to sink in sunlight, as if it's learned something about endurance. No one sweeps the prints away. In this village, some marks are meant to fade on their own terms. The south wall's whitewash has dried into an even, flat coat, the kind officials would find pleasing in a report. Yet to those who have lived here long enough, it feels less like an erasure and more like a pause. The rowan twig remains in place above it, neither withered nor fresh, a witness in quiet. The boy is restless that day. The commission's departure has left a strange emptiness, the way a riverbank feels after a raft has pushed off. He follows the lane toward the stream, where the ice still holds, but in a glassy, brittle way. Beneath it, the water runs dark and steady, carrying with it flecks of last year's leaves. He sees the old man there, kneeling by the bank with a small wooden scoop. The old man dips it under the ice at the edge, letting the water fill slowly. When the boy asks what he's doing, the old man says simply, "Listening." The boy tilts his head. "To water?" "To where it's been." The old man replies, "Water carries news. If you're patient, it will tell you which hills it's run from, what hands it's passed, what doors it's pressed against." They sit there together, the boy watching the slow turn of the current. After a time, the old man lifts the scoop, takes a sip, and hands it to the boy. The taste is cold, with a faint edge of metal, not unpleasant, but sharper than the well water. That edge, the old man says, comes from the birches. Their roots reach this far. They press against stone, and the stone remembers. The boy wonders aloud if the hut, the one that walks, might also drink from here when it comes near. The old man doesn't answer, but his eyes stay fixed on the dark flow under the ice. Later, in the big izba, the hearth woman is setting out dried herbs on a cloth. She works in a slow, deliberate rhythm, stems aligned, leaves crumbled into neat piles. The widow sits nearby, mending a sleeve. The talk is light at first, about the weather, about the fox that's been seen near the orchard. But when the boy mentions the mare, the hearth woman pauses mid-motion. "She was not for you," the hearth woman says, though not unkindly. "She was for the wall." The widow glances up. "A messenger?" "Wait," the hearth woman answers. Some doors like to know what the ground feels before they open. A horse will tell them. That night, a mist settles in the lane, not thick enough to hide shapes entirely, but enough to blur their edges. The boy dreams of walking through it, each step making the mist part just enough to show the ground. In the dream, the south wall is ahead, the whitewash glowing faintly. The mare stands beside it, head lowered, breathing evenly. When she exhales, the wall exhales with her. He wakes in the dark with the sense that something has moved, though the room is still. The frost on the window has a new pattern, not the usual fern-like spread, but a series of lines that almost, if he squints, form the shape of a small door. By morning, the pattern is gone. The day passes without incident. But in the late afternoon, when the sun sits low enough to make long shadows, the boy notices something. At the base of the south wall, the lime has cracked in one narrow place, no wider than a finger. It runs straight down, clean and even, like a seam waiting for hands. The old man comes to stand beside him. Neither speaks. They just look at it, the way one looks at a path that was not there yesterday. By the time the snow thins into scattered mounds in the shadowed places, the seam in the south wall has deepened. It is not crumbling like ordinary wear. It holds its line too neatly, a thread unpicked rather than plaster falling away. No one has tried to fill it. The deacon has not ordered it repaired, and the magistrate's eyes are elsewhere. In a village like this, sometimes the safest course is to pretend not to notice. The boy, however, notices every day. He checks it at dawn, when the frost still paints the lime, and again at dusk, when the shadow of the chapel's eave lies across it like a lid. Each time he finds the gap a breath wider, though never enough for a finger to pass through. One morning, a gift appears at the seam's base. A single feather, black with a faint green sheen, wedged into the crack so the tip points inward. The hearth woman plucks it free and rolls it between her fingers. "Raven," she says, "a watcher's feather. She's looking." The widow frowns. "At us?" "At her own reflection," the hearth woman answers. "She wants to see how we move when we think she's close." That evening, the bell rings once, not from the tower, but from somewhere behind the birch line. The tone is lower, and it carries less distance, but its weight in the air is the same. The boy thinks of it as a knuckle rapping a door from the wrong side. 3 nights later, the deacon calls the elders into the big izba. The boy sits on the bench by the stove, pretending to mend a strap. The talk is measured. There is no panic, only the quiet arithmetic of risk. They agree to add another rowan twig above the seam and to scatter dried nettles along the threshold stone. The hearth woman offers to set her clay lamp there, a small flame kept low, steady through the night. When the lamp is placed, its light spills into the crack. For an instant, only as long as it takes the wick to sway, the boy thinks he sees grain in the dark beyond, like the polished wood of a door frame. Then the wick steadies, and it is only shadow. The next morning brings rain, cold and thin, tapping on the roofs like fingers. The water runs along the south wall, seeping into the crack. By afternoon, the plaster around it is darker, as though it has been drinking. The boy presses his palm to it and feels not just damp, but a faint warmth, as if a hearth burned somewhere on the other side. That night, he dreams of the hut again. The crooked walls, the legs bent under like a resting heron. This time the door is closed, but a line of light runs down its center, exactly like the seam in the wall. From inside, a voice hums a low tune, each note bending like smoke. When he wakes, the rain has stopped. The air smells of wet earth and something sharper, like resin. The rowan twigs drip slowly above the seam, and the nettles lie scattered, their edges curled from the damp. The lamp is still lit. The old man joins him at the wall, looking at the way the crack catches the morning light. "It's not opening yet," he says, "but it's listening." The boy asks if doors can change their minds. The old man's answer is slow. Sometimes, but they remember being asked. A week passes. Each day, The crack widens no more than the thickness of a nail. Each night, the bell rings from one side or the other, never both. The boy begins to think of the wall as a lung, drawing in, letting out, never quite holding still. Then, one cold morning, there is another gift. This time it is a small bundle of twigs, bound with a strip of cloth so worn it has no color left. The bundle is propped against the seam as if waiting to be taken in. The hearth woman does not touch it. She crouches, looks closely, then stands. It's hers, she says simply. No one moves it. They leave it there as the day warms, then cools again. By dusk, the cloth is damp, and the twigs inside seem darker, as though they have drunk deep from the rain. That night, the bell does not ring. The silence is heavier than the sound would have been. It is the kind of silence that listens back. By mid-April, the last of the snow has vanished from the lane, leaving the ground soft enough to take a print. The seam in the south wall stands out more sharply now that the plaster around it has dried to its warm chalk color. When the sun moves across it, the line seems to change depth. Sometimes a mere hairline, sometimes deep enough to catch shadow. The bundle of twigs remains where it was left, though the cloth binding has begun to fray. The boy notices that the nettles scattered along the threshold stone have not browned or curled, even after weeks in the weather. The hearth woman remarks that this is not a sign of protection, but of attention. She's still watching, she says. One morning, just as the mist lifts, the orchard keeper comes to the chapel door. He is not alone. Beside him stands a woman the boy has never seen, tall, with hair bound tight in a kerchief and a coat too fine for the road. She carries no bundle, no staff, no traveling sack. Her eyes go straight to the seam in the wall, and for a long moment, she simply stands before it, unmoving. When she finally speaks, her voice is low. It's almost the right size. The deacon asks who she is. She doesn't answer directly, only says, "I've walked the birch line 3 nights in a row. The prints are clearer this year. You should decide who's going through, in case it opens before you're ready." That afternoon, she helps the hearthwoman sort through the herbs. She moves with an ease that suggests she's done this before, though she names some plants differently. Older names, syllables worn smooth. When she speaks of the hut, she doesn't use Baba Yaga's name, but another, Lesnaya Mat, mother of the forest. The boy asks her quietly if they are the same. She tilts her head. The forest wears many faces. Some have teeth, some have hands, some have both. By evening, the wind shifts, coming from the east. It carries the scent of damp leaves and something faintly metallic. The newcomer walks the lane alone at dusk, stopping at the birch line. She stands there long enough that the boy, watching from the chapel steps, begins to feel the weight of her stillness. When she turns back, she carries in her palm a small, flat stone, black as pitch and shaped almost like an egg. She places it on the plate beside the apple and rye seeds. 3 gifts now, she says. It's enough to answer. That night, the elders gather without summoning the rest of the village. They speak in low voices, weighing what it means to answer. Some say it requires stepping through the seam. Others argue it means leaving something beyond the birch line in return. The old man says both might be true. The decision is made to leave the black stone at the base of the seam, replacing the twig bundle. The hearth woman sets it there just before midnight, her hands bare despite the cold. She murmurs something, not a prayer, not quite a warning. and then steps back. Before dawn, the boy wakes to the sound of the bell. This time, it rings once from the forest, once from the chapel, and then a third time from somewhere he cannot place. Not far, not near, but as if inside the air itself. The sound fades slower than it should, lingering in the seams of the room like smoke. When the light comes, the black stone is gone. In its place, the seam in the wall is wider, wide enough now for a hand to slip through, though no one dares try. The plaster on either side is smooth, unbroken, as though it was always meant to open. The newcomer stands before it, her breath clouding in the cool morning. It's listening harder now, she says. And it's hungry for an answer. The boy doesn't ask what the question is. In this village, sometimes it's safer not to know. The first warm rains of spring arrive in the night, tapping the roof with a steady, patient rhythm. By morning, the lane is soft with mud, and the air smells of thawed earth. The seam in the south wall glistens as if it had been polished. No one says it aloud, but every glance toward it carries the same unease. The feeling of standing near a gate that has no latch on this side. The newcomer spends the morning at the birch line, her coat drawn tight against the wind. She carries a length of chalk and marks certain trunks with a single vertical line. When the boy asks why, she says, so she knows which path we've walked together. It's polite. The elders gather that afternoon in the big izba. On the table between them lies a folded cloth, a small loaf of bread, and a knife with a handle carved in spirals. The talk is deliberate, each voice weighing words. The question is no longer whether to respond, but who should be the one to carry the answer through. Some argue for the deacon as the chapel's keeper. Others say it must be someone without an oath to the church, lest the exchange be bound to one side. The hearth woman says nothing until the end. Then she looks to the boy. He sees more than he speaks. She will like that. The boy feels the room shift toward him. The old man shakes his head slowly, but does not object. The newcomer, leaning against the wall, watches without comment. That evening, the decision is made. The boy will carry the gift, the bread, the knife, and a sprig of rowan, to the place beyond the birches where the glow was once seen. He is to leave them there and return without stepping farther, no matter what he hears or sees. The night is cold, the moon veiled in thin cloud. The newcomer walks beside him until they reach the first marked birch. There she stops. From here, the path knows you, she says. Walk steady. Don't look over your shoulder, no matter what calls your name. The boy moves through the trees, each step sinking into damp leaf mold. The air grows warmer as he goes, though the ground remains cool. He reaches the circle where the snow once crusted, now a ring of darkened earth. In the center, a single sprout has pushed through, pale and trembling. He kneels, places the loaf, the knife, and the rowan beside it. The moment the rowan touches the soil, the air changes. A faint, resinous scent rises, and the trees seem to lean inward. Somewhere ahead, deeper in the dark, a door creaks. He does not see the hut. He does not turn. He hears the sound of slow, deliberate steps in the leaf litter, but they do not come closer. A voice hums, the same low tune from his dreams, and the wind carries it past him toward the village. When he returns to the birch line, the newcomer is gone. Only the marked trunks remain, the chalk lines now faint. The lane beyond is empty, the chapel dark. In the morning, The loaf and knife are gone from the circle. The rowan remains, its leaves greener than any others this early in the year. The seam in the south wall is wider still, wide enough now for 2 hands side by side. The lime along its edges is warm to the touch, as though sunlit, though the wall lies in shadow. The hearth woman looks at it and says, "She's taken the gift. Now she waits to give her own." No one asks what that might be. In this place, gifts can be as sharp as they are kind. The waiting stretches into days, each one edged with the sense that something unseen is drawing closer. The air around the south wall feels subtly different now, heavier at dawn, lighter by dusk, as though the wall itself inhales and exhales with the sun. The boy finds himself circling the chapel more often, watching the seam. It no longer looks like a flaw in plaster. The line is too clean, too deliberate. In certain light, it reflects like oiled wood, and the faint warmth at its edges never fades. One morning, the first true green of spring shows, shoots pushing up between stones, buds swelling along the birches. The newcomer reappears without warning, walking in from the east road. She carries nothing but a clay jar capped with beeswax. "For her," she says, setting it at the base of the seam. She likes honey in spring. The first sweetness wakes her. That night, the bell rings once from deep in the forest, then again from just beyond the birch line. The second tone is lower, almost a growl, and it hangs in the air long enough for the boy to feel it in his chest. The next day, the jar is gone. In its place is a single iron nail, thick and slightly bent, its head hammered flat. The hearth woman lifts it, turning it over in her fingers. From her door frame, she says, "This is a promise." The old man frowns. Promises have 2 ends. The seam widens again, just enough that a sliver of the space beyond shows. Not darkness, but a dim, shifting light, as if seen through moving water. No one touches it. By evening, clouds mass along the horizon, bringing a wind that smells of wet earth and pine resin. The newcomer warns that when the wind turns and comes from the north, the seam will be ready. "That's when she'll expect you," she tells the boy. The wind changes 2 days later. The shift is sudden, the air colder by several degrees. The birches creak in the gusts, and the lane empties as if by unspoken agreement. The boy stands at the seam, the iron nail in his pocket, the warmth from the wall seeping into his skin. He hears it then, not the creak of a door, but the slow dragging sound of something large adjusting its weight in the leaf litter. A faint shadow passes across the seam's glow, and for a heartbeat, the smell of wood smoke and damp fur mingles with the air. The voice comes again, closer than before, the tune bending just as it did in his dreams. This time, it resolves into words, though he cannot tell what language they are. Each syllable feels like it presses against the inside of the wall, shaping the seam. When it stops, the wall grows still. The glow beyond fades, leaving only the line itself, warm and solid once more. The boy steps back, unsure if the moment has passed or if it has only paused. The newcomer, watching from the edge of the lane, says quietly, "She's measuring the doorway. The next time it opens, it will open wide." The boy nods, but in his chest he feels the echo of the tune, and he knows it is not yet finished. The days that follow have the feel of a held breath. Even the village dogs grow quieter, their usual bark reduced to a low rumble when they pass the south wall. The seam does not widen, but it no longer looks fixed. It has the restless quality of ice at the edge of a thaw, solid to the eye, yet alive with tension beneath the surface. The boy dreams more often now, always the same. The hut with its legs folded under, the faint glow seeping from its seams, the smell of ash and pine sap. Each time, the door is a little nearer, the steps toward it shorter. In the last dream, he can hear the hinges strain. The newcomer spends her time walking between the marked birches, tracing each chalk line as if to renew it. When the boy asks why, she says, "These are not for us. They're for her, to remember the shape of where she's coming." One afternoon, a pair of travelers arrive from the west, merchants bound for the next town, leading a cart piled with wool. They carry news of a fair in a larger village and of a storyteller there who has been telling of Baba Yaga in a way the boy has never heard. In this version, she is not only a witch, but a keeper of keys between worlds, a guardian who tests those who cross her path. The deacon listens, his brow furrowed. "People will make her a tale for children, if they are not careful," he says. "And then they will forget what she truly asks of those who meet her." That night, the wind turns north again. The clouds shred against the treetops, and the moon cuts through in sharp silver. The newcomer stands in the lane with the boy, both facing the seam. The air has that same resin and smoke scent as before, but stronger, as if the forest itself leans closer. The seam glows faintly now, the light within steady instead of wavering. It is warm against the boy's skin, even from a step away. He feels the iron nail in his pocket grow warmer too, almost pulsing. The bell rings, once, twice, then a third time. This time the tones are evenly spaced, each note sinking deeper into the night air. On the third, the seam shivers, and a sound like a latch lifting carries through it. The boy takes a half step forward, but the newcomer's hand tightens on his shoulder. "Not yet," she says. She hasn't finished the asking. In the space between the second and third breaths, a shadow moves across the glow. It is not the shape of a person, nor an animal, but something between. Tall, narrow, bent slightly at the neck. The scent of pine deepens, layered now with the faint sweetness of rowan blossom. Then the glow dims again, and the seam returns to its calm, deliberate line. The warmth lingers, but the moment has passed. The newcomer exhales slowly. "The next time," she says, "she will expect you to step through, and if you do not, she will step out." The boy says nothing, but in his mind, the tune plays again, the one from his dreams, and he wonders if he will know the difference when that moment comes. The north wind comes clean, straight from the last hard places, and the birches answer by lifting their narrow shoulders. All afternoon, the seam in the south wall holds its patient line. At dusk, the lane gathers itself the way a breath gathers. Nobody calls a meeting, nobody needs to. Doors open with that careful squeak a house makes when it approves. The hearth woman knots her red thread once and leaves the end long, as if a sentence wants finishing. The old man pockets a pinch of rye and a spoonful of salt. The deacon carries nothing in his hands and everything in his face. The widow shades her lantern so the flame will not believe it is the hero. The boy comes last, as if the hour is coming to meet him and not the other way around. In his pocket, the iron nail rests with the weight of a small, decisive word. The seam glows before they reach it, amber folded inside chalk, like fire learning its manners. No one speaks. The bell says the name of the moment once, a single, even note, that holds just long enough for the pulse beneath a wrist to choose a rhythm. From the birches lower comes the answering metal, pestle to rim once. Not a challenge. There, the newcomer stands on the edge of the lane, hands tucked into her sleeves, eyes on the wind to read which way this will go. She expects you, she says to the boy, not unkind. Remember, door first, the boy steps forward. He does not kneel. He does not bow. He places his palm against the warm lime and feels, under texture, grain, a door within a wall. He knows the phrase the village keeps like a seed between teeth, and he lets it out with no drama at all, as if asking a friend to move aside in a crowded room. Turn your back to the forest, your front to me. The seam loosens like a smile. Lime separates as neatly as linen parting in practiced hands. Air comes out like a long-kept breath. Resin and ash and the faint sweetness of rowan blossom, and behind it that clean iron smell winter leaves on a nail cooling in honest ash. The opening is not wide, no more than a shoulder, but it is enough to admit a guest who knows how to keep elbows close. The boy slips through. The heat on his cheek is not summer's. It is oven heat, kind, complete, the kind that bakes bread through to the middle. On the other side, there is no chapel, no lane, not at first. There is a narrow place with walls of wood smoothed by years of being touched without permission. On those walls hang bundles, birch switches tied with red, nettle stalks dried to a sort of green patience, 2 lengths of rowan with berries shriveled into little black eyes. The light comes from nowhere and everywhere. It is the sort of light a hearth gives when it wants you to believe you earned it. Beyond the narrow, a room. The hut's room. The roof must be too low, and the corners must be wrong. They are not. The eye expects bones and finds beams. It expects chains and finds hooks for pots, and a line where herbs dry. The room smells of soup done right. This is not mercy. This is a test. Can you accept welcome without believing you have bought it? She sits with her back to him at first, as if to let him decide whether he wants to see her face before it knows he is there. Her hair is the black of crow wings, but matte, like ash before wind touches it. It falls coarse and heavy to her waist and is tied with a strip of bark that might once have circled an apple tree. Her shoulders are the shoulders of a wood pile that kept 3 winters alive. Her elbows are as sharp as rumor says, but not cruel. They are the tools of a woman who holds pestle and ladle and the jaw of a door when it forgets its job. When she turns, she is not beautiful, and not ugly, and not old, and not young. She is the wrong question. Her eyes are the color. River ice is when you have to decide whether to step. Her cheekbones hold the story of a land that feeds more on discipline than on charm. She looks at him, like a person looks at a road. Where did you start? What do you carry? Is what you carry worth the blisters you will have tomorrow? She does not ask his name. Names are for contracts. This is grammar. Guest first, the boy says, because rules keep fear from learning your address. She nods once, as if pleased that someone in this century still knows how to begin. She dips a ladle into a pot that has waited for him and for nobody else, and pours a bowl of soup that smells like the letter from Novgorod once smelled in the old man's hands. Turnip, barley, nettle tips, a sliver of fat. Garlic remembered more than present. She places it where he can reach, but not without taking a step he will have to own. He does not eat. He has nothing to trade yet. He takes the iron nail from his pocket and holds it in both palms. A token, he says. from your doorframe. He does not add please or thanks. Iron does not like softening. She looks at the nail for a long moment, and the room decides to hold its breath with her. Her mouth does not smile, but it behaves as if it might later. "Good manners," she says, in a voice pitched low enough to ring the bowl. "Most bring me excuses. You bring back what steadies my house." She lifts the nail by its head and lays it on a flat stone near the hearth, then pushes ash over it with 2 fingers until the hiss surrenders to honesty. "Why the bell?" the boy asks. Not quite a question, not quite a claim. "Why speak with iron in our roof when you could knock on trees? It is a house's job," she answers simply. "Your house was the first thing here to behave. Bells tell rooms how to hold themselves together. I respect a thing that remembers its shape." He nods as if she has said the seasons will continue, and his shoulders loosen by half a knot. She gestures with her chin toward the bowl, as if to say, "We can talk while the soup cools." "Once," she says, voice moving like a pestle through memory, "you left bread and nettle and a drop of sweetness. I left a nail, because merchants will always lie to you about what is precious. Once you set a door in the wall where a door wanted, I turned my back and let you practice asking. Once, men with eagles on their gloves washed the place clean." Her mouth's corners acknowledge humor, which is for the living. White is a fine color for admitting one's ignorance. He hears in her grammar both lecture and kindness. He hears a woman who has carried children over rivers and handed hunters the riddle of wind, who has turned away princes until they learned to knock like neighbors, who has eaten what history left out in the cold and called it supper and called it good. And "What would you have done," he asks quietly, "if I did not step through?" She leans forward just enough that the wood of the bench recognizes its job. "Stepped out," she says, "into your room. And then you would spend a season learning that the place you keep safe is a person who wants to be greeted, but you did not waste us a season." She lifts her hand and makes a turning motion in the air. The boy feels, rather than sees, the hut's knees loosen and set again, a house adjusting itself to people. "People talk," she continues, "as if I am hunger with elbows. Sometimes. And sometimes, I am the bread you forgot you could bake. Many roads tell of me because many roads need a reason to hold their line. The new men in Moscow write codes for mouths. I write for latches." He thinks of the Sudebnik, the 1550 revisions, and the Stoglav Council that will gather next year to scold parishes for 2 faith habits, for rowan and red and iron and ash, for women's tricks that keep children sleeping. He thinks of the deacon's quiet defiance and the older clerk's mercy, and the way white lime learned humility in the face of a shadow that did not need paint to exist. He does not try to say any of this. He says, because he is a boy from a parish where bells have manners. "We kept counting wrong, so the curious would tire." She approves with a small breath. "You learned to waste the appetite that wants to devour your timing. Good." Her eyes narrow to the width of thresholds. "Now, your door or mine?" He understands. "I'd like to keep ours. Then you owe me rules," she says. She holds up one finger. "Hinge nights only." Another. "Rowan where it belongs, and not as a brag." A third. "A lantern that knows when to lower its eyelid." A fourth. "Iron cooled where ash can tell it who it is." A fifth. "Bread left for the thing that comes hungry and has no mouth." He thinks of the crumbs on the stove brick that the hearth woman leaves, not for mice, despite what she says. Her hand curls closed. The fist is not a threat. It is a list folded for a pocket. "And in return?" he asks, because bargains are doors with twins. I will not take what you do not hand me, she says. If you offer me a fear, I will keep it until it is smaller. If you offer me a child's name, I will refuse it. If you offer me a road, I will walk it only to return what you forgot you could carry yourselves. Her mouth finds a deeper line of humor. And I will ring your bell when you are about to say something cruel and do not yet want to be that person. She taps the bowl's rim with her fingernail. The note it gives is as clean as truth without fever. He feels the agreement become real in the room, the way bread becomes itself, only in the last 5 minutes. He sets the rye and salt on the table, a small, over-honest gesture that admits he has nothing else. We are not rich, he says. You are, she replies. You have a door that listens. He finally lifts the spoon. The soup might as well be spring. Turnip sweetens under nettle's bitter logic. Barley agrees to be soft without dissolving into apology. He eats once, twice, and then places the spoon down because greed has no place in rooms like this, and he would like the door to like him tomorrow. She rises. The room learns how tall she is by remembering how much light she takes with her. She goes to the wall where something like a shelf and like a windowsill catches a drift of old sunlight. From there, she takes a thing the boy first misnames a lock of hair, then understands. A strand from the white mare's mane, braided with a red thread as thin as speech. She coils it and lays it on his palm. For your wall, she says, a patience to hold the seam where it chooses to remain closed. He does not ask from whom the hair came. He does not need to. He tucks the braid into the inside hem of his sleeve, where it will lie between fabric and pulse. The hut shifts. It is an enormous courtesy, the way large things announce their movement to small ones. She picks up the pestle from its place near the hearth and taps the mortar once, a note lower than the bells, meant to remind a forest of its manners. Somewhere outside this room, a horse stamps its deliberate hoof, and the snow in a different world remembers what it is to bear weight. Go, she says, not unkindly, before the white on your wall chooses another shape. She turns her back again as if to give him the dignity of leaving without an audience. He steps backward until wood becomes air, and air becomes lime, and lime becomes the remembered grain of the chapel wall under his palm. He comes out into the lane. The widow's lantern does not flare in triumph. It breathes. The hearthwoman's shoulders drop the width of a needle's eye. The deacon's face does that small, precise thing honest men's faces do when they accept a miracle, without pledging any doctrine to it. The old man hums the note a pot makes when it has decided to simmer and not boil over. The newcomer nods, not at him, at the wind, as if to say, see how a line can be kept. What would you have done? The old man asks the boy quietly, almost as if checking a hinge. If she had asked for a name? Given her mine, the boy says, surprising himself with the answer's steadiness. And then given it back to myself after, the way we do with doors we borrow for winter and return at spring. The seam holds its warmth a moment longer, then dims. The lime settles back into being chalk and good intention. The rowan above it loses one berry without drama. The nettles at the threshold curl at the tips as if they have worked a night shift and are pleased to be allowed to stand down. There is aftermath because there must be. In the morning, the apple on the orchard keeper's plate is finally, at last, a little soft at the blossom end. No one is alarmed. They do what the village has been practicing for months. They make compote, and the sweetness is the sort that allows men to speak kindly Without believing, they are lying. They save the seeds. They do not plant them at once. Patience wants company. The bell behaves, which is to say, it rings when houses are in danger of forgetting their tone. It does not show off. It refuses any experiment that feels like a dare. It prefers nettle to spectacle. In the town, the clerk writes the line he promised his leader. Walls washed, walls stayed washed, bell neighborly. He adds, in a margin that no one will read unless they come looking for mercy, parish shows discipline. In Moscow, 1551 gathers itself into the council they will call Stoglav, the 100 chapters, where men will list the tricks they think women use at doors, and the tricks saints approve, and the tricks money will forgive. The deacon reads what he can when papers wander this far, and then closes his hand on his parish and keeps it quiet, which is a kind of courage the saints rarely get credit for. Summer will come, and the kiln will need to be a kiln again and not a mouth. The white mare will graze where the lane admits a curve and will leave prints that sink a little less than other hooves. The newcomer will vanish in that way certain necessary people do when their work is taken and they are not interested in staying to be thanked. The boy will outgrow his mother's boots and not outgrow the habit of laying a palm on a sill to ask a house what kind of day it wants. Memory will do what memory does when it likes a place. It will turn discipline into story. Children will draw roof lines in frost and be told, gently, to keep the lines for paper. Iron will cool in ash whether anyone watches or not. The bell will keep its one-note language, and the village will learn to hear it as if it were their own breath reminding them how to be timed. Once in a year, the old man will not live to see. The widow will tie the white mare's hair and its red thread to the underside of the lintel, and a winter later, someone will find the braid there and say, "Who left this little Patience?" And no one will answer, because answers ruin certain flavors. On the last night of this spring, under a sky that doesn't need stars to be believed, the boy stands alone by the south wall. He lifts the widow's lantern just enough to let his shadow reach the seam, and no farther. The bell does not ring. It does not need to. He says, because good manners ask to be practiced even when a guest has gone back to her own rooms. Turn your back to the forest, your front to me. The wall is quiet. Quiet is a kind of agreement. He lowers the lantern. Somewhere in the birches, a crow turns over in sleep and rebuttons its wing. Somewhere in the hut, wherever the hut is when it is not here, a pestle leans against a mortar like a shoulder against a friend's door jamb after a conversation that solved nothing and solved everything. The iron nail in ash, now back on the shelf near the orchard keeper's plate, discovers a little warmth and holds it, then gives it back. The village goes inside. Houses close their eyes. The seam keeps its place and does not forget what it is. In the soft weather after a long winter, stories remember more easily. A bell with one honest syllable, a nail learning patience, a lantern that refuses to brag, a house that knows it is a person. These are not decorations on a legend, but the working parts of survival. Baba Yaga, forest witch, mother of the forest, the boarder with knees. She is terrifying only to those who have not learned to knock. To the rest, she is a tax on carelessness, a teacher of manners, a guardian who withholds nothing except shortcuts. In the 16th century, where this parish lives, paper begins to imagine it can tell fire and snow what to do. Law codes thicken, councils write chapters, clerks invent words to keep the center from fearing the edge. Yet in the chapel lane, a door opens because someone says guest first, because iron remembers ash, because nettle smoke keeps time with a human breath. What modern names would we give such practices? Psychology, ecology, risk management. The labels are useful. The old grammar is truer. A threshold is not superstition. It is a compact. I will greet you, you will not devour me. Legends persist because they are humble technologies for the mind. Baba Yaga's hut walks so we remember that place and person trade skins. Her pestle rings so we hear that rooms deserve to be kept in one piece. Her bargains are asymmetric on purpose. They make adults of us. Many people still think that she is only a cautionary tale for children, a broomstick and a bone fence and a punchline. So what do you think? Perhaps the question she asks at every door is this: what shape does your fear make when you put it down? A bell's note can be a boundary. A loaf divides into thirds and feeds both hunger and courtesy. We live by such small rigors. We always have. We always will.